update. This is version 1.9.119 for December 8th, 2023, the End Effector Rope Update. And the first screenshot is by Pio. Dear Stormworkers, it is update week. This week we have one small feature: End Effectors can now cut ropes. We've also replaced grass with snow for the Christmas event, which has been frequently requested and was in such high demand that one player has even managed to mod this into the game themselves. Very impressive. And the next screenshot is by Trash Panda. During the Christmas event each year, some decorations will appear at bases, rain will render as snow, NPCs will often dress up in seasonal outfits, and now the grass and trees will appear with snow. The event is locked based on this date. Otherwise, this update is mostly bug fixes and improvements. Please see below for the list of changes. The next screenshot is by Bull Ahead. Behind the scenes, we have finished the framework for the vehicle unit testing system and are now working on creating unit test vehicles. As we discussed last week, we have a big list of stuff to work on through, and we'll be releasing minor updates with fixes every 2 weeks as normal. The next screenshot is by Archer Dude 11. We look forward to your thoughts and feedback on this new update. Much love, Stormworks developer. And here are the patch notes for version 1.9.13. Feature: End Effectors now cut ropes. Change grass to snow for Christmas. Balance: updated heat rate based on volume for heaters inside compartments. Rework: identical notifications now stack. Fix: debuff icon rendering stacking. Fix: map center revealing on game start. Fix: fluid cannon pressure issues. Fix: fluid hoses clogging. Fix: server-side workbench iteration for static vehicles. Fix: static behavior for add-on spawn groups. Fix: jet engine turbojets applying force in space. Fix: steam pistons now base their power on steam pressure instead of volume. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. Bye. Hello, 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 hello. How is everybody? So a little bit of snowy. If you if you paid attention to the update there, they have added the snow in, so we have that. So that is lovely. So Winter Wonderlandy going on here, which is nice. Yeah, yeah. I always get nervous playing the credits. People think it's done. But good to see everybody here. How's it going there, Zachy? How's it going there, Aaron? How's it going, Citrus? Yeah, I sent a ping to Citrus. Citrus kept missing the message when it started, so he got a special ping today. It's too bad about your internet. There's Zachy. How's it going there, Jigger? How are you? Good, good, good. Yep, bunch of wintry stuff. Let's see what comments are. Aaron's working on his submarine, which is good. Good to see that for the Big Man Challenge. Let me see. Anything else good? All right, good. So a little bit of Christmas decoraciones, which is nice for the holiday season. It actually made me want to play Ark because they have raptor claws in Ark, and so right around midnight, the raptor claws comes flying over with the sleigh and drops wonderful presents of really good gear. And I was like, oh, that makes me want to play Ark. All right, so we are in the career build series World here. So we need to get a mission for our sins here, and I'm going to bring in Mr. G's VTOL. I have owed him that since the the dog has a Santa outfit on. I've owed him that. That was one of the prizes for winning the career the last build challenge, and the issue being that the pressure update came out right afterward. And so I want to make sure everybody's stuff was up and running. So I kind of gave everybody some time to fix their stuff for both reviews and for that. So try to get that done today. Let's see. So some of the stuff, yeah, that would be good. Let me see if I can send Mr. G a ping. Good call there, Citrus. Ah, crap. I'll find it here. Let's see. I gotta get in the Discord and find it. I just literally just clicked on it to download it. All right, good. He's got a ping. We'll get moving on that. We'll get some stuff. Give him a little bit to respond. Let's see. Wow, we're flying here. Let's get a mission going up at least anyway. Small speedboat requires servicing. The weather's quite daunting. Oh, look, it actually cleared up a little bit there. Let's see, where is that at? All right, so this one's a tow mission. I don't want to do this one. That one's way the hell out there in East Bejesus Bum F land, so we'll not be doing that one. Get a little bit of a time change here. Is that a moose in the water? I think there's a moose in the water. TT, we could do TT. All right, so we have TT. We have some time for that. We'll leave this up for now. Let's see where we're at here. I should have times on this. I selected time, so it should tell me how much time is left on the mission, but it's not. So TT is there. We'll take Mr. G's there. And let's check some chat here. Yeah, the dog's pretty silly. Yeah, I like his VTOL, so it'd be good to get in there. Yeah, it was tough, you know, when the update came out. I didn't want to do a bunch of reviews on people's stuff if it was broken. So it was kind of nice to get some of that resolved. We'll go ahead and we'll bring it up. I can always come back. We can do another mission with it too. So let's go grab that. There she blows. Let's go. So there's Mr. G's VTOL. You can go watch the challenge video if you like. Let's get the music going. All right, what's up? There we go. You have to let me know how the volume is on the music as it goes. But Mr. G's VTOL is pretty cool. So we'll go ahead and we'll head to TT. I have to try to remember how to fly this, so I should. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I'll bring up the workshop page too, and that way I can read any sort of instrucciones. So yeah, he had good instructions on there. So space is toe brakes, position, hold, okay, they're all in here. So I have a view of it. So right here we have master power, avionics. Okay, good. Let's see. Some familiar stuff. I really like what he did here with the covering on that. Heater, cabin light, fuel pump, left and right mags, nav lights. We'll turn on beacon. Okay. Left engine mag, right engine mag. That's up and running. Right engine. Up. That's me. There we go. I was not paying attention here. Uh-oh. There we go. I need to pay attention a little bit here. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if there was, let's see. Disconnect toggle, switch screen to camera, vertical speed, position, hold, toe brakes, throttle. I think I'm doing all right here. Let me see. We're going to just navigate. I can't remember if he had any sort of nav system on here. Position, hold, slash plane gyro. Let's turn that on for now. If there's any sort of temperature problem, I'm just checking for temp because you know, we have been having some cooling issues just with the game itself. So engine throttle's good. All right, the weather is not great, so we're gonna do some Dead Reckoning navigation. So currently we're looking south. We want to go. We're gonna start heading east, and then we're gonna follow the coastline, and then we should be able to head in. So we'll do a little bit of Dead Reckoning navigation here. So I'm going to turn to the east. And then let's see. I'm trying to remember how to fly this. Positional, vertical, horizontal mode. There she below. So there we go. So we're now in horizontal mode. This is some good IFR flying. So when you're doing IFR flying, as usual, the main instrument you really need to be paying attention to is your artificial horizon. That will tell you if you're climbing or descending. VSI, climbing, descending, altimeter. Those are the big things because the sky is generally safe. The hitting the ground is not. So I'm going to turn a little bit towards the south here. I want an easterly heading here. We started getting a little bit too far to the north here, so let's start turning over. So we're going to continue heading a little bit more southerly there. So I want to catch that south. I'm going to dump this fog a little bit. you guys can't see anything, it's really not worth it if you guys can't see anything either. So I don't mind flying around IFR, but it does help if you guys can see what the hell's going on. So all you'll see is me arrive at TT. Coolant manifold is at your feet. Check flow rate. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, that's not connected. That's just decoration. I do that too. That's the generally your rudders are on a sliding track. Well, not in all airplanes, but a lot of commercial airplanes, your rudders are on a sliding track so you can adjust them. A lot of adjustability in aircraft because you really need to have the correct sight lines. So let's see, we're at 109 knots. I can't remember if this is supposed to be faster or not. I'm not going to push it because I'm going to just go ahead and make sure engine overheating is off. I've been talking about the infinite electricity can come off. I've been talking about this the last week or so is, until they kind of work on some of the cooling stuff or we get the finalized version, I think radiators are pretty good. Let's see, I think he has... is he running radiators? Yeah, he's running an electric radiator right there. So I would assume this system is fine, but without a temperature gauge, I don't want to burn his stuff up, especially it's going to cost me in the career game. So I will just go ahead and play with the temp off because it's not my build and I don't want to crash it. We're flying well. So this was a neat feature I like that he did. This is one of my favorite features. This, if I press 3, it does the below me camera, which is pretty cool. I like that. So I'm gonna shut the parking brake off. I had it on for takeoff. I get wary about, you really don't want to leave it on because if you have a little bit of motion in an airplane, you can imagine if you touch down, the brakes are locked up. You could very easily do a ground loop. So let's catch some of this chat up here. Let me see. Yeah, it's just a decoration piece there. I don't know what temp probe. Upside down temp probe there. Good decoration this build. I really like it, the look of it. Mr. G does good paint jobs too. Nice and compact. This was a tough challenge, and that's what I wanted it to be, Yep, 8 hours and 45 minutes till the hotel deadline. Some people have been misreading the date. I understand that, but the countdown has been up since I extended it, and it has been up since I opened the submissions. So, the original countdown was wrong because it was to December 2nd, which was the original date, but the new one has had the countdown up since November 28th, so the countdown is generally correct. So, oh, that's cool. You can see the world cutting in. This would be the area I would love to see the farming update added. Is in here. It would be kind of cool because this area of the map is pretty dead. There's some good roads in here, some good interesting scenery and terrain. There's good sea access in here. I would love to see them add some more. They don't need to make it more like towns and stuff like that. I'm all for rural areas. Having some of these parts of the map be pretty rural like this is nice. And so I think this here would be an ideal spot for like a farm right there, It'd be even cool. There's a place in, I think it's called Glenvar in Australia that is really cool because they do so much wheat that they actually have PTOs on the combines so that they can bale as they're harvesting the wheat, and then they have they don't store it in silos. They store it in a huge like arena almost, and then it's put on ships, I believe. So it's quite the insanely large operation. All right, so we're doing Dead Reckoning here. So we just came by the inlet with the bridge. So we're gonna go ahead and look here if I can get my mouse cursor. So we just went by right here. We're going to continue southerly, and we're going to come to this point right here, and then we're going to head south. So we'll probably see it, but that's how you do it a lot in real life. If we look here at the bridge, we're coming up on the bridge. So we're going to continue past the bridge. We're looking for this point, and then just head south. So this is how you do it in real life. You know, if you're VFR. If you're IFR, you'd be, you know, using other stuff. Yeah, it's a nice part of the map. It's just underused. You know, it's to a certain extent that's nice because it gives them some space for expansion, but there's really not too much to do there. Like, I would love to see kind of a farming, fishing, and put a little industry in here. Like, for example, like this is a cool bay. If you put in for example, what I'd like to see is what they have in Farming Sim, where you have multi-stage industry. So, for example, you would get your fish, and you could sell the fish if you wanted. Or what you can do is you can bring the fish to the cannery, and the cannery takes fish, and it also takes salt. You give it fish and salt, and you get canned fish, or salted fish, you know, in packages and boxes. So you'll get pallets of salted fish and cans of fish, and then by selling that to the grocery store, you make the most money. So you could sell it at any intermediary stage. For example, you could sell the fish directly to the cannery if you wanted, but you don't get as much money as if you converted it into that. You know, it would also be cool if we could build our own little factories there. That would be kind of cool. Of you know, you have a canning machine. It takes fish. It takes processed fish. It takes salt, and it makes canned fish. You know, something like that is kind of a cool way to do it. That's how Farming Sim operates. So this is just basic Dead Reckoning. Again, all I need to navigate is a compass and waypoints. You know, so we're gonna look. So right there, that's not the right island. So we're gonna look. We're gonna look. We have a mountainous island with a small island off the side of it. All right. So mountainous. That is it. That's it. That is it. It's right here. So again, this is how you do it in real life. You just look for waypoints. You know, if I took my binoculars out, I could actually see it. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I'm just on the, this is the archway. That's the inlet there, and then the tower's right there. So that is it. You know, so this is how you would navigate IRL, is you're using landmarks. The VFR sectionals are very accurate. So they have, the detail is very precise. You can see like little inlets and coves. You can see different elevation. You know, the lakes are scaled correctly. So, oh. We have problems here? Something's going on here. Something's going on here. Do not crash, you scum. What was that about? I do like the wings. I don't know if I noticed that the first time through. So I caught that by airspeed. That's, you know, catchy. You know, that's something that, you know, a little bit of experience, you start to get like, you know, the whole time I was talking, I was cross-checking altimeter, airspeed, and I noticed once my airspeed started going down, that was my cue to fix something. You know, that's the sort of thing that you know, it takes a lot of experience to kind of like be able to quickly notice that in a cross-check. So a helicopter there crashed. So we're going to go ahead and, where is it? 3 gives me my screen underneath, which is nice. So that's a really cool feature. I like that. That was innovative that Mr. G did on that. I really like that. Innovative choice on that. It, you know, it's a good way to free up some space to have multifunction on that. Like so. Like, see, it looks like, perception-wise, it looks like we're right up against that wall. We're not, you know, using that. The engines are not happy for some reason. I just shut them down. Oh, stay down on the ground there, son. Don't be getting... I don't know if I'm supposed to shut the starters off or not, but we're alright. Alright, good. So we're good to go here. Alright, I'm going to get out, theoretically. And let's see, we have, where's the, what happened? Burning wreckage disappear? Oh, it's the tower. Okay, that was just the crashed helicopters, not the mission. The mission's actually this, theoretically. What? What happened there? Something's up. Let me see. Yeah, fire extinguisher. We probably don't have fire extinguisher. Watch that happen. No fire extinguisher in here. Let's see. Could be on the other side. We'll check. I don't know. Let's look at iffy on a fire extinguisher in here. Let's see if it's actually on fire. I'll go grab one from the base. I'll just teleport back. But that was improper planning on my part. I should have checked it. But yeah, it looks like the fire's going. All right, I'm gonna go get that fire. Whoa! Don't do it. Die doing that sort of. Oh, fuck off. Let's see. Have a hose in here. Let's see. I don't think we have a fire axe. I should have brought one. That's my fault. So go grab it. We shall grab it. So just improper planning on my part there. I should make sure I checked before I left. Yeah, VTOLs can be challenging, so it's nice to see some VTOLs. It was challenging build challenge, as is the word in the name of it. Build challenge. Supposed to be challenging. Up there, right here. God damn it! I wasn't paying attention. Okay. I did not notice that was there. Yep, thank you. I just noticed. Oh, be quiet. Already getting burned. I gotta start putting on a fire suit. I am glad they increased the temperature. You know, not everything the devs do, the Grouchies, is just like fever dream. You know, it makes sense to make the fire a little bit hotter. It made sense to make the boiler, or the furnaces, you know, extra hot. So, you know, you can't stand next to them. Add a little bit of realism. There's always a balance. Some of the community wants super realism. Some of the community, how are you doing there, safety officer? You're the safety officer. Why do we have a fire in the first place there, guy? You know, so adding a little bit of realism is kind of nice as well. Hello there, sir. I'm just, holy mother, how many people are in here? Let's see what the mission says. I didn't get the prompt for the mission. I'm not getting a prompt for the mission, so so if they follow you, they're part of the mission. If they don't follow you, they're not. So we can do that as a way to figure it out. I'm looking for loot crates mainly right now, and trying not to have these people swan dive off this bad sucker. All right, are you part of this? All right, if I can lift them, manager. Are you a manager? Okay. You're the manager, huh? I don't talk to management. There, see ya. We don't rescue management. There we go. Supervisor. Is that another name for manager? Is that another name for management? Supervisor, I believe, is Latin for manager. Okay, there we go. We'll grab the actual people who do work. Safety officer and dispatcher, you guys can come. Managers will stay here. We punished them enough. We might take them with us. Management takes the shortcut down. The actual people who make the world turn, they can get rescued via ladder and staircase. Put you guys in. We'll save management for last. It wasn't a. They're not getting a death sentence. They're getting a just a little bit of a more rough walk. We'll heal these peeps up here in a second. Get them in the seats. Let's see if I can duck and dive in here. I can't get them in the seat. The way the seat... Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, I healed myself here. I think they'll be good for now. Let's... How badly did those people from the management team hurt themselves? Let us see. Now, they're still alive. I didn't get them that bad. They're still... they're still breathing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad anyways about throwing management off the side. But I'm going to pre-heal him so he can survive this toss. Piss off. Alright. Supervisor might croak if I throw him off the edge. Alright. It's not the worst thing if they were to die. Get another health kit for these scum here. Yeah, don't give me that look. One of you is gonna have to. There we go. It's actually a bigger capacity than I thought. I thought it was a 4-seater. It's a 6-seater. Very nice. Yeah, they didn't manage the situation for shit, and they're probably gonna blame the employees. It's dirty, nasty management. I don't see where the door handle is. There it is. Okay, it's right here. I think the doors have malfunctioned and are up too high. That's why we're shaking. So, I think we're having a door malfunction. So we might be having a door malfunction. Hopefully this doesn't lead to our untimely death in the air. But we shall see here. Alright, let's take these hard workers and those managers to the hospital here. Okay, we'll go there. Okay, they do have to stay on. Okay, just checking. We're going to be rocking and rolling a little bit here. Hopefully it doesn't cause our immediate death. There we go. It was having a mini freak out. Where I think we're all right now. Famous last words. Yeah, 4 past, well, 5 if you count this one. Right, so let's go ahead. We'll transition to horizontal mode. Whoa, mother. Whoa, mother. Okay, that's the door glitching. So we're in the friggin' drink here. All right. I'm going to rescue myself. And then I'm going to rescue these hard workers. Ah, no, I'm not. Okay. The sound I make is quite obscene. All right, we have an issue here. All right, let's see. Management's up. They're all toast. All right, good night, good night, sweet princes. That door glitched and presently not working. Couple kinks to work out of that build, I guess. So, can I salute these people? I don't know. Let's see. I forget what's the emote key. Do you guys remember the emote key? Yeah. Let's see. Did Mr. G put a rope anchor on here? A rope anchor somewhere on here? Don't see it. On top, right there. Okay. Yeah. I get you're having a breathing problem. I get it there, guy. X, let me try you. Now, let's see. Let's figure it out. I want to do an emote here. We'll give him the old salute. Let's see. Emote. Last time I used emotes was when I was making Vice. Emote wheel end. Okay, there we go. Okay. I remember the emotes are a pain in the ass too. This was obnoxious the way I had to do it when I made Vice. It was like I had to make sure I selected, like, it's off a little bit. Do we have a salute? Give him a salute. Alright, there we go. Get that one for the screenshot. Alright. That's a mess. Alright, so, okay, what to do? All right, so let's see. What do we own? How are you on money? 84? Okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to grab these peepees. I kind of want FJ, but I also want spy cakes. What is the cost of this bad Johnny? Remember, this TT's cheap. Let's check out the price. 10,000. Yeah, we're going to go buy TT. Gonna buy TT here. Yeah, this base is super cheap. Worth having it. This is a good air base for, it's kind of mid-map, so where I have it. I would like to be able to have an actual map editor in the Not Stormworks 2, because that would be really helpful with, it'd be helpful to have a map editor. That way you can put things where you want them. I think that's always beneficial. Oh, I forgot it spawns outside. I'm like, where the hell is it? Alright. Do I have the... I'm gonna need to put a mag on there. Okay. Have to put something on there. Alright, let's go... Oh, the Magal's there, but we can use this one. This one has the bigger range. I'm gonna need the range on it. So. How's the music volume, guys? This song just got loud for me. Dropped it a little bit. Send a good. This will be good for a screenshot for the video of me dragging this bad John out of the water. So yeah, the door got stuck, which was just causing some phantom physics, so. Please ignore all the carcasses sitting there in the water. Alright, let's see. Where is the outwinch? I forgot that I can't grab that rope anchor. Pisser. That's a pisser. Let's do this one here. I forgot I can't grab that. I need a handle. Which one's this one? Okay. PS winch down. Okay, those. Okay, port, starboard. I don't remember which friggin' winch this is, what this one's called here. It's that medium winch in the middle. I can't remember what it's called here. Let's just grab this up. Alright, I gotta put a handle on this. That should work. Alright, music up a little bit, yeah. Song just ended, so the next song should be primed and ready to go. Alright, that good? Alright, that should work. I was gonna build a crane at some point. I was looking at some interesting crane designs. Leave it in gear. I always leave it in gear. There we go. Take it out of gear. Still in gear. I had put it in the second reverse. It has 2 reverse speeds. Jump, you scum. Jump, you dirty scum. There we go. What's going on here? Why can't I grab that? Oh my god, if you jump, I would pay you $5, sir. 5 whole frickin' dollars here, man. Jump, you dirty bastard. There we go. Got no ups, this guy. Got no ups. This gentleman does not. What is going on with this? Is this winch going out? See if this winch is going out. Yeah, it's going out. No, it isn't. Which winch is paying out? One of the winches I can hear it paying out. Okay, it's going out. It's just slow. Let some time go by here. Let that go. Look at the carcasses out there. Carcass. Ah, we got $3 grand for this mission at least. You see, I'll check some chat here. Yeah, I was gonna do the sub, but I can't launch the sub here. I'd have to no clip and do the sub. I want to do some submissions. Yeah, I gotta drag this. I gotta drag this VTOL back in for the cost of it. Okay. I have that winch speed way too low. This is taking 100 years to get this winch to pay out. $100 years to get this winch. Oh, piss off! You're not drowning. Just breathe the air, you scumbag. I let go of the winch. I let go of my ropey here. Not the saddest thing that management's dead. The workers, I do. Very sad the workers died. Management, though, we can. What is up with this rope? Why are you not? Ah, it's so slow. I don't think I've ever used that center winch. I usually use the end winches. It's still paying out. It's just taking forever. I need to get at least within 40 meters of it. How are we looking here? We're at 30 meters right now. Where is it now? Watch me lose it somewhere. Watch me lose it. Where the hell is it? I've already lost it, I think. Where the hell is it? Where is it? Oh my god, did it get clipped into something? I can't see it. Well, that's piss. Where is it? I do not see it. I don't have my flashlight. I almost always have a flashlight. Let's see if I have one on here. Flashlight anywhere in here? I don't think I do. I don't know where it went. See, is it under the map? How badly is it under the map? Let's see. Let us check on it. Where is it? Okay, there's the rope. I'm trying to see. Okay, it's right there. Okay, it's just dark. I can't see it. All right, let's get rid of this stupid bullshit there, and let's grab this thing. It's in the shadows here. I see it. I think somewhere around here. Oxygen's your friend. What the hell is it? It's dark as shit in this shadow. Of course, I should have made it pink. Can't see the damn thing. It's like sitting in the shadow here. Yeah. breathing problems, we get it. Yeah, I know they're dying, I don't care. Oh my, they've died. Oh, terrible. Alright, let's see where this is. I gotta find this bad Johnny. Hey, mission complete! There we go. That's one way to complete the mission. Where is it? Oh my god, where is it? Right here. Okay, it's right off this edge here. I'll just make sure it's not on the map. No, it's not. It's right here. It's right off of... Right... I can't see the fucking thing. It's under the map. Yeah, it fell under the map. Alright. No wonder. Alright. Alright, what do I have? I need something to get this frickin' thing out of there. That was my best bet, but that's super slow. See what I got for this. That tow truck will pull anything, though. That's kind of the benefit. All right, let's just work with the tow truck here. I'll get that fixed. That will work. We'll just add some stuff to it here. We'll do some tanks. We'll make them bright friggin' yellow so that I can see them. Symmetry is on. You are getting your speed up, not that damn high. Let's do like 4. All right, let's try take 10. Don't go careening off, please. I'm getting impatient, which means I move too fast. Brakes, please, brakes. Thank you. Alright. Now I get it out of reverse, so I don't have to listen to the beep. There we go. Pace them out. No, stop. Click the wrong one. Get up there, son. Get up there, son. Alright, good. Just need to be able to breathe. Problem is I need to drag it up the ramp and not have it act the fool. Okay, there we go. Where's... Get out of the way. Limited time here before drowning. Piss off whatever's in the way. I hope I grabbed the right rope. Better still be attached, or I'm going to be annoyed. If I grab the wrong rope, there's going to be tears and sadness. Tears and great sadness. Let's see. I bet you I grabbed the wrong rope because that would be typical. Yeah. Nope, it's still attached. Okay, good. I think I have the right rope. All right, let's get this to come up the beach here. All right, there we go. Let's set the brakes. And prepare for disaster. There we go. And I'm going to prepare for the screenshot that I can send to Mr. Jeep. There you go. Oh, don't you do it. Don't you do it. I gotta stop this before it absolutely craters and fucks up. Let's stop it. Hey, look at that. That actually is very helpful. That's helpful. There we go. Look at that. There we go. Sorry, Mr. G. It was. I think the build did malfunction though. It wasn't my fault. The door was stuck. That actually worked perfectly. I was gonna have to drag it in. Now we're good to just stick this John right here. All right, let's get this back in the world here. Let's get this back in here. All right. 4 brave souls dead. So that rescue complete. I got paid $3 grand to kill 4 people, so not the worst. Not the worst outcome. Might have to go see that judge that Vice had to see. Let's see. All right, let's go take a nap-a-roni here, and we own this base now, so it's pretty cheap, this base. You know, we made a third of what this cost to just absolutely kill 4 people. Let's see if there's a couple loot crate. I don't know what to do without my flashlight. I need a flashlight. Usually I have a flashlight on me. Couldn't see that thing because I couldn't light up my flashlight. Hi-ya! Can't jump up there. It's too high. I don't know if they nerfed like your ability to jump, but like can't jump for shit now. Well, that was interesting. So I'd rather it be interesting than mundane. Get up the stairs, jackass. See, I would love to have all these stair components. Like these decorative components they have in the buildings, I would love it if they would just give us access to them as parts. Like these doors are cool, give us these doors. Staircase parts, like these stairs here, we don't have. You know, no, those are different than the ones we have. What else? Like that generator as a visual thing would be cool. These windows would be cool. These lights. Like, the parts are in game, man. Just give them to us. You know? It's a good way to keep people happy and to shut them up as well. Like telescope. These windows here, I think, are regular windows, maybe. But the blinds are different. Computer stuff, like the computers, the desks, the chairs. Like, I can't sit in that chair, but just having it would be cool. The lockers. Yeah, all those parts would be cool to give us. I'm going to shut the door because I wasn't born in a barn. All right, let's go ahead and sleep. That turned out all right for me. I didn't die, but we're gonna save. But the other people did not fare so well. All right, let's see. What was that picnic boat? Kind of want to get out of this TT area though. Okay, it's over here anyway. Picnic boat emergency. All right, let's see. So give us some way to just get out of here. Alright, I'm going to grab the chickadee. So the chickadee was my test for the challenge. Hiya. Let's get in the chickadee. Hopefully the chickadee is all running well. Fuel, bats, manifold pressures. Let's see. Oh, I jumped out of my seat. That is dangerous. Alright, let's see. I need to do some stuff here to get there. So let's go ahead and we'll put a waypoint altitude, let's do, oh, I don't know, 150 feet. Stick you in there. Let's see, altitude hold, nav, GPS. And then let's get those rotors down and let's get out of here. Chickadee is very fast. So. I do have to watch temps. I will turn temps back on for my builds. Unless I know that it's going to have a problem. But this cannot do 250 sustained. This has to have the props come back. So start bringing the props back. Because I am going to have to hover to do the rescue. So I don't want to burn my engines up. Chickadee's fast, so. No transponder on this one. I don't think we have a transponder locator in here anyway. My lighting not working? My lighting's not working. Interesting. Gotta hook the lighting up. 1.4 minutes away. Get rid of this fog. I'm sick of looking at fog. The game's pretty washed out as it is. Like, you notice, like, this is something that I always end up doing is, like, if I can remember the right key to hit. So, like, when I do the camera mode, I'll go in and do contrast 1.1. I find a 1.1 contrast. I wish we could move the contrast ourselves because that would really, I think, make it look better. But there really is, especially if you're around water, it is hazy like this. Like, Florida was always like this. This is what Florida looked like constantly because there's so much water vapor. It's so hot, and the water is, you know, you're right by the water, and it's hot. So you get a lot of water vapor in the air, and it always looks like this. It always looks misty like this. Hazy is the correct word. It's not really mist, it's haze. All right, so we're coming up. We're 0.6 from the center. So we're going to be looking for this. I'll go vertical once it will circle the point, so we'll let it circle. Going to go down to 50 feet. So as you can see on the map here, it's right here by the mines. Not of Moria, but 231, 231. So I'm looking for it now. There we go. Now it's circling. I just want to watch my altitude, though. I have it set for 150, which is a little bit dangerous. Let's set it for 450 or 500 rather. I don't want to be scud running in a turn. That's a good way to crash. So temps are good. So one thing you want to do in this case is you'd want to slow down because this is something that people will do in planes that's not a good idea. Is if you're trying to stay in a general area and you're circling, the faster you go, the bigger your circle becomes, right? And so to kind of put it in a real world example was we were flying into Boston one day and you're supposed to hold at 200 knots. So you slow down to 200 knots to do your holding pattern. JetBlue forgot to slow down above us. They were at like 320 and we could see their contrails. And their loop was like 10 times as big as ours because they were so fast, and so it makes a big, you know, it makes your loop much bigger. Which the benefit of this is I can see more theoretically if the wing wasn't dropped as low as it is, but with the wing dropped I can't see anything. So what I'm going to do here is start going into vertical mode, and you'll hear it'll rev up the engines here. I'm going to start pushing the props up. It will automatically do it, but I don't want to freak out either. So I'm starting to push the props up. I'm going to let it rev the engines up first, and then I'm going to go in vertical mode. It will fix itself there on the over-revving when I get vertical. Nope, it's not going to do it. Fuck. So the autopilot will fix it. The autopilot's set up to automatically fix this. So if I just let it run, it will fix itself, but I'm just bringing the thrust back. It's supposed to have a thrust limiter, but it didn't kick in yet, so See here, the thrust limiter came in? Yeah. So once the thrust limiter comes in, we're good. It's supposed to have that thrust limiter come in, but it didn't come in early enough, so that's why it was really over-revving. It was over-rotating the propellers. Where the hell is... so this is the mine right here. It's supposed to be around the mine. I'm going to take the autopilot off. I'm going to fly by hand. It's trying to overcorrect it. So we're close to where we're supposed to be. This is the mine right there. And we're just north of the mine. So somewhere around here. Is I think the blue small picnic boat. How's it going there, Tanib? Alright, let's find this here. So until we get close to it, it might not spawn in, so need to search for this a little bit. Alright, checking temps and fuel. Temps are good. Fuel is good. We're in business here. I do not see this rescue yet, so we might not be close enough and it might not have spawned in. But the autopilot will take care of it. If it freaks out like that, the autopilot will fix itself. Just go hands off, let the autopilot fix it. That's the rotors rotating at too high of an RPS, because when I'm in forward flight mode, I want to go as fast as possible in the rotors. When I'm in vertical flight mode, I do not, so. What the hell is this rescue? Alright, let's go autopilot back on. Alright, there it is. It just popped in. Okay, beautiful. Just popped in. Alright, so we're going to get over there. I need to pull the nav GPS off. I'll go altitude hold, going back on. And then what I want to do is I need to find a reference point, and I'm going to set up the station keeping. So if we look here, we're off this peninsula. So probably right here. Set waypoint. Now we can go nav GPS, and this will take us there, theoretically. Oh, I have to put in the new one. Okay, I didn't put in the new one. That's better. Alright, that will take us over there now. So, it has station keeping when it's in vertical flight mode. It will go there. Let's see, what's the heading on that? Heading about 230, so we'll put that in, 230. Heading hold. Alright, good. So now we're all set up. Modes are in. I can help it along. It's gonna get there eventually, but I'll help it. I can go a little bit faster by dropping the rotors down just a hair. That will start to speed us up and get us over there faster. Now, I'll see how far off we are. I could use a I didn't have a defibrillator. I didn't see one on the build, so I'd have to spawn one in. So. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to go in those mines of Moria. Thank you there, Nicholas. How are you? Alright, so it's off to the left there. It was just rotor RPS was too high is why it freaked out. Alright, let's go down to 50 feet. Did I enter that in right? Where is it? Behind me. So it's still farther behind me, so we're way out there, so I'm going to set it there. Just trying to set the waypoint. I set in the correct waypoint there. Let's get on top of this. Why is it revving up? There it is. Alright, it's flying itself over there to the GPS waypoint. Just letting it do it. The problem is I can't see exactly where this mission is, so... Why does it not see it already gave me the mission, I think. I don't know why it's not showing on the map. Normally what I do is I put the coordinates of the mission in, so let's see if... It's not showing me the mission yet. Let's get over there. See if it shows me in a second here. There it is. Okay, now we've got it. So now I can zoom in, put the waypoint there. Because I wanna go right over this. I can get this accurate enough where I can drop in on top of it. So let's get a new heading hold in here. Where are we at here? We're looking at, let's see, for new heading, let's do 0, let's say 020. 020, enter that in. Alright, let's try to get this to sit right over that so I can just drop in. What is up with the, did I screw something up with the GPS on this? This was working fine. I haven't used this in a while. I don't know why it's not going to the right GPS coordinates. Interesting. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I put the rotors down. That's what it is. The rotors are fighting it. That's what it is. Okay, now it's going to go to the GPS coordinates. Beautiful. That was my fault. I haven't played with this build in a while, so it's going to go over there on its own now. So, see, now it's going over there. That was me screwing it up. It kept moving because I had the rotors down. So, I have not played with this in some time. Let's go ahead and get ready. Whoa, don't fall in the hole. I didn't know if it was open or not. Okay, what do we need here? Is that on fire? It is on fire. Of course it is. Let's open the hatch here in a second. I'm afraid of falling out of that hole. There we go. So it's on autopilot now. It's gonna go right where it's supposed to here. There we go. Yeah, I forgot how to run it. I had the rotors tilted down. So. All right, let's go. Okay, check the map. I like to get it right over the top. Okay. Here we go. Let's get this right over the top here. I need to come. What do I need to come up? Just forward a little bit. No, it's good. We're right where we need to be. Perfect. All right, good. All right, there we go. So I'm good to go here. Gotta be careful of the not falling down the hole. So it's gonna station keep. It's gonna hold position here. I just need to wait for the cables to come up. All right, there we go. All right, let's go. I like to stay dry, but we overshot a little bit, so I'm not gonna necessarily stay dry, but it'll be all right. Let's get a pick. All right. Good enough for me. Get this fire put out here. I'm going to jump on that dude's head in 2 seconds if I can't get up to the fire. Oh, piss off. Piss off, you scoundrel. There we go. Hey, money! And we love money. Are you infirmed? Let's see. I don't know if they have any supplies in here. Let's look for supplies. I want to get some med kits if they're in here. I think we're good. We'll leave the hatches open so the sucker can sink. Which one's mine? Mine's the right one. You get in the harness there, ding dong. Let's get up there. I'm going to lower us down in altitude when I get up there so that it doesn't take as long. We'll go down to like 15 feet maybe. I'll do 20 off the first wrap. We're at 50, so we're going to 20. I want to make sure that I don't hit the boat. There we go. All right, let's go get this bad John here. All right, let's stick you in there, you scoundrel, you. All right, good. Let's go down to 20 feet. Let's see where we're at there on that one. Do we push our luck with 15? 15's fine. Good. All right, let's go ahead and... That's much easier. Right, where you at there, guy? Good thing your sweater, wearing that nice wool sweater here in the water. Keep you warm. You get in there, please. No, please, in the harness, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Am I in the harness? I don't think am I in the harness? No, I don't think I am. Okay. Chickadee to the rescue. Ah, you bastard. Ugh. How do I get up there now? I'm gonna end up cheating here in a second to get up there. Yeah, I'm gonna just no clip up there, screw it. Don't do that. I've done that before. I accidentally clip into the build and then it... Fuck. Jesus. I gotta be careful clipping into this build like this. This is a good way to get it to crash. There we go. I gotta crouch really fast. Alright, there we go. I keep overshooting the character. There we go. Alright. Alright, how many? One more, I think? Hopefully one more. See if we can get these people to live this time. Not have massive issues here. Hiya. Yeah, no clip causes the missions to spawn anywhere in the map. Which I don't really care. I want the better missions. Alright, let's stick you there. You all healed up? Let's check, make sure it's only 3 of these bad Johns. 3. Beautiful, we're out of here. We are out. Outie, 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 outie. Let's get in the seat. Alright. Alright, nav GPS is... I'll keep it on for now. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to set a new coordinate here. Right here's the closest hospital. Alright. Let's go ahead and we can take it off now. I'm going to start to get us moving. Let's get the speed up. hand fly it for a while here. Enough autopilot for a little while. Let's hand fly it. Alright, so we're going to go south through the waterway and over. A little lunch for Aaron. This bridge is a bitch to get under. I probably could have done it, but I don't want to have to redo this mission. Or die. I've already pulled one VTOL out of the water. I don't want to do two of them. So here the engine's auto rev down. That's over rev protection. So they automatically will they'll drop their revs so they don't go over 60. What I just need to do is change it because it's less than 45. It will act like a plane. Over 45 it will act like a helicopter, and you don't want the rotors going too fast. When you're in a plane mode, you can go. Yeah, I've got a 9-to-1 gear ratio on there, so I can have them cranking. But I can't do it in vertical. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fix it, fix it, fix it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put on the assist there. I just lost vision of where I was. I was looking at my screen, and I started losing vision. I saw the world around me start to tilt. And got hyper-focused on my camera instead of looking at the attitude indicator, and had to recover pretty quickly there. So the AP just essentially clicks the auto hover on to try to smooth. It's biased a little bit forward, so going backwards is a little bit tough. Just a little bit of forward bias on there. Get lined up here and drop in on this pad here. A little peripheral vision there. I want to get in the middle of the H here. I gotta look out my window. I fly better looking out the window than I do at a monitor. There we go. Alright, down. There we go. Alright, good. Let's put a little collective trim in there and we'll shut down for this. Nice. Oh, I still had a little bit of forward pitch in. You see the little bit of forward pitch? That was one of the reasons I was fighting it a little bit. So, I haven't flown the Chickadee all that much, actually. Need to fly it a little bit more to get used to it. It's good practice to fly it. I haven't flown it in a while. Completely forgot how to operate it, too. Having operation problems. You, please. You, come on, follow. You, come on, follow. You, come on, follow. Come on there, peeps. You are annoying. Come on. Come on, people. Alright, good. Got those peeps going. I'll read some chat in a second here. You coming? We all coming? Let's go. Very festive you people are. Very festive. Oh, hello there, doctor. Yeah, I leave you people here. Just, I'm going to just have them stop following me so they don't accidentally glitch into something and cause problems. Theoretically. Come on. Like, I gotta be right on top of them to deselect them now. It's kind of annoying. Piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Just piss off, all of you. Piss off. Thank you. Alright, good. That was a good mission there. That mission alone paid for... Ooh, dog. That mission alone paid for the TT base, so... Snatching up hounds here. Read some chat, huh? If your vehicles are built efficiently, you should be able to go anywhere and still make money. Like some of the missions, like some of the tow missions were like not enough money, but now you should be able to make enough money with everything. All right, let's see where are we at here. You have any rescues? No. So we own this now. That was a new buy. We got a little bit of extra cash, which is good. So we're actually doing all right on cash at the moment. I'd like to get that submarine out and running. So spy cakes could be a buy. Actually, we can go here and launch the sub. So let's go home. I'll just fly us out normal. I'm not going to worry about autopilot or anything. So let's get rid of the trim on the collective there. There we go. Engine's finally sped up. Okay. So there's a little bit more of a hands-on vehicle. You actually have to, like, when I'm tilting the rotors, I have to watch my airspeed. It's not automatic. I don't like the automated system, so I want to speed up so that my wings and my, can take over, my control surfaces can take over. So I'm not going to just dump it full forward. I'm going to watch my speed. If I had a headwind right now, I could do it earlier. So we're going to speed all the way up, and now that we're sped up, I can start to push them all the way forward. And then I want to thrust up. There we go. And I'm going to start bringing my prop back. Nice. Temps are good. This one's running well on temps here. I do like the Chickadee. Chickadee's a cool plane. Chickadee is like super fast for no good reason. The engines aren't even that big, and it has it goes like at least 250 knots. It used to do 290. It's pretty good vehicle. Most of the issues I was having with it was just me forgetting how to operate it properly. No, the controls are fine. It was me operating it funky. It was there's a little bit of an issue in the microcontroller that it needs to reduce the max thrust earlier. So. Test the pistons sometime later. I heard they did. I'll spawn it at some point and check it. They decreased, I think, the power of it, which the pistons were OP, so I don't really mind that they did that. Pistons were way OP. There's the old fuel place. Refinery. If you think of the word, would be great. Alright. Let's get these all the way up. I keep not putting my rotors all the way up here. Alright, let's get the gyro off so I can actually fly this properly and let it not babysit me. I can actually fly properly when it's when the gyro's not trying to auto hover me. It's just a smoother, so it just tries to limit everything and try to always have you level. And it's like, I don't want to level. I want to descend like a bastard and get a little bit of forward momentum. So You know, talking about efficiency, I'm currently at 450 RPM. That's it. Yeah, because the rotors, I think, are 9 to 1s, so. There we go. I fly much better when I'm not using the nanny. Fly much better without the nanny. Right, let's kill this engine. That's the starter. Okay. Get out of the way. Get out of the way there, crap. Get out of the way, crap. Yeah. Nice thing about this is it's hard to walk into the rotors when they're raised. I gotta push that forward a little bit. That's too far back. Forget what the spawn area is. It's a little bit farther forward. I think I have the parking brake on. Nope, I shut it off. Okay, parking brake's off now. Chickadee, 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 dee dee. Nope, still too far away. Yeah, when you don't spawn it here, you gotta get it right in the money to be able to despawn it at a different base. But it's nice and light, so easy to push. I spent many a day pushing airplanes. There's that dog. All sorts of manner of dog here. Sticky in there, guy. All right, let's get no clip off. See if we can get some local missions. I want to do this. I want to take the submarine out. Yeah, the new plane is quite treacherous. The door opens and the propeller is right there. It's like, ugh. All right, let's go take a nap anew. Save again. Yeah, it says right in the patch notes what's up with the pistons. You read the patch notes, which come out every time they do it. It says steam pistons now base their power on steam pressure instead of volume. So, which makes sense. You know, people are going to complain about it because their engines aren't as powerful. But the point is that with the pressurization update, you know, things have changed. If they have a problem, they should put in a feature request that to boost the power of the pressure of the, you know, people are talking that they limited the atmospheres to 2.5. Potentially they're going to change that, you know, who knows. But it's, you know, it makes sense to have everything based on pressure, so it sounds like they're going from an arbitrary thing, which was arbitrary before, to a more realistically based thing. Let's see. Okay, we slept. Did we actually get a mission? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we got a tow mission. What are we talking here? Blue boat servicing ocean. Let's go do that actually with the submarine. I need to test that sub a little bit, so. Let's see. I need a rope. Don't have one on me. Let's get a rope on. And I'll take the sub out and we'll go do that tow mission. Should be able to see it. Should be out there pretty close. Submarine's coming along well. I did some more cool stuff with that off screen. The dog's already on the walk. All right, so we've got a rope now. Let's go ahead and we'll take the sub out and we'll go grab that boat. We'll taxi it. Yeah, if there's a big change with Steam, I'll go ahead and do another tutorial in that series. That's one of the reasons why I started doing series is that, you know, it helps when you have a series that's going on that you can just add to it. Let's go. Submarine's not that expensive either, you know, so it's going to be a good boat to operate. I got to get rid of that. Check all the options. Engine overheating's back on. All that's good. Vehicle damage. All right, we're good to go here. All right. This thing's pretty damn efficient too. I run all my stuff efficiently. I don't like having fuel hogs. Do not like having fuel hogs. Alright, let's go ahead and find this bad John. So it's somewhere right here. And then I'm going to use the facilities while this heads out there. So, alright, that's on its way. Kind of surprised I don't see it yet. Might not spawn in. It probably hasn't spawned in yet. Just making sure we're not going to hit anything. That makes sense. So it's over there. All right, good. We'll be there in 4 minutes. I'm going to go use the facilities real quick. I'll go in the pension. Be right back. Alright, nice. So his boat is in sight at the moment. Very nice. Let us see. Ah, thank you there, Nicholas. I think I said thank you. Nicholas, new face. Good to see you. Let's see, what did Aaron have for lunch? Is he back yet? Yeah, I'll bring the piston up a little bit later. Can RCS use water? No idea. Yeah, I was thinking of something cool like that. That'd be kind of cool. Yes, how's it going there? 50? Yeah, carbon dioxide, not really. Carbon dioxide, I haven't been able to really figure out a good way. I've been doing some testing on it. It seems like the cats are just doing internal storage. They're not really cleaning it out, so I haven't found a way yet. I have a feature request in there. We'll see if they do it at some point. So a bunch of stuff. What did I add to the sub since I've last done it on screen? The Submarino. Just checking. The submarine. So the way this works now is kind of interesting. If I leave the ballast at 0, okay. If I leave the ballast at 0 and I go ahead and I set a depth in there and I activate the depth hold, what it will do is automate the ballast. It will automatically maintain depth with ballast. So that way when you stop, it will use the ballast to maintain the depth. So it will start it. So that's an automated system. If you want to override it, you can come up here and you can enter in your own ballast. if you look at this, we have 182 liters of water in the ballast, and as you can see, the light keeps coming on and it's climbing. The reason that is happening is as the fuel burns, it replaces it with water, not in the fuel tanks, in the ballast. So as we lose mass because it's turning that fuel mass into that nice smoke coming out the ass, it is automatically, I accidentally pitched this down, but it's automatically replacing the fuel weight with water weight so that we don't change our relative density, essentially. So that's an automated system that I have in there now. So that will, so if you notice the water is going up as we burn that fuel weight, it's replacing it so that we maintain our, essentially our density. Let's open this up. Get out of there. All right, we're gonna have to go in the drinky poo here. There we go, drinky poo. Probably should tow it from the bow, I would think, but put a stern rope on it at the moment. Let's change. Let's screw with this a second here. Don't tilt the boat over, you dickhead. Fuck off. Who designed this boat? I want to know these things. I want to know who designed this. Must know these things. You're trying to sink my submarine, you son of a bitch. Ugh. Annoying. Some of these boats need an update. All right, I'm gonna run. We're good. I'll run this here. Shut you. Shut, please. Right, let's see. Did they change this to R? Somebody said they changed it to R. 16 meters. It's hopefully that's. You know what? We can do 40. We'll do 40 on it, and I'll drag it out there. I got a little more space now. I don't care if this is upside down. We're taking it in. Times I have to try to click on this rope anchor. There we go. All right, good. We're getting out of here. Should drag it underwater with me. All right, let's get out of here. Get a pic of that. All right, urine wind, I think, is where we're going. Tugboat would be ideal for this sort of job, but we'll take the not ideal. Actually doesn't do a bad job of towing. We're still doing 15 knots. We've only lost 5 knots to tow this bad Johnson. Pretty good job. It's not bad. I love it that that boat rolled over. You can tell this boat's massively top heavy. If you look, it has no weight blocks in there. No weight blocks on the keel. And it has a lot of superstructure. It's just not, it's not balanced correctly, this little boat. It's an old design that's been in there for years, so not the best design. Yeah, nitrous oxide would be cool. Liquid nitrogen would be kind of cool for a cooling system. Like having liquid nitrogen for certain cooling stuff. I would like that. Yeah, this boat is a flippy Johnny. I just didn't want to. See, one thing is I've been doing pretty good discipline as long as I keep that bridge door shut and the bottom door shut. If that as soon as any water gets in the airlock, it's going to lock the other doors, and so I would just close the top lid and pump it out. So don't have to really worry about that causing any issues. I'll show you some other things I put in here. Get up, stand up, straighten up, fly right. There we go. So in here, these are your diving equipment, and that is your scuba. And you can use these to pump them back up. So when the air of these goes down, so when you use them and use up some of the air, you can repump these so that you can refill them. That's something newish. I don't think most of the stuff I've done is technical stuff. I haven't really changed anything in here. Yeah, I haven't really changed anything in here. We got the standard stove and stove. Get up there, son. And then this you can change temp. That's temperature probe in there. That's, yeah, I haven't really changed anything other than technical elements of it. That's pretty much what I've done in here is technical elements. The technical stuff's usually what I work forever on anyway. That's what this is, stupid gauge that I need to get rid of at some point. But yeah, the submarine's coming along well, so it's almost done. I can't think of it, actually. It might be done. Might have a couple tiny things here and there, but the last thing to do is I'll take this out and we'll actually put it through its paces once this boat gets delivered. But the last kind of technical item to do was that depth hold with ballast, because the thing is, if you stop, I want this to be able to sink and go to the, I want to be able to maintain an altitude with ballast. And so I was trying to come up with a way that would do it so you still have command of it. So as long as this is a 0, the ballast is automated by depth hold. So, like, let's say I wanted to control it myself, I could enter it in now, and it would cater the ballast to whatever I enter. So it's going to be my number. It's going to automatically account for the fuel. So you see, we burned a good 426 liters of fuel, and so this is, that's automatically accounting for that. So we maintain the same buoyancy, and that's beneficial because as we lose that fuel mass, that's potentially, 400. Well, not potentially. It is 400 kilograms of mass. We've lost 400 kilograms of mass, and we're towing a boat. We'd be less and less stable the more fuel we burn. This way, we maintain stability because it's replacing all that fuel with water, which is actually even more stable because the fuel goes up the sides here. The water stays in the bottom. So it actually makes us more stable to burn some of that fuel off. Because you sit up really high in the water if the fuel doesn't get replaced. So, and the thing of it is let's say that 5,200 liters is what gives me neutral buoyancy. If I was going to try to maintain buoyancy, let's say I didn't want to raise or lower in the water column. Let's say I wanted to stay at 50 feet below the surface, or 50 meters, whatever, below the surface. If I was burning fuel, it would be a different ballast number. Now the ballast number is the same. So I enter in 5,200 liters to maintain neutral buoyancy, and it automatically accounts for how much fuel I burned. So that's kind of nice. We'll see you later there, Zachy. Yeah, that would make sense. Just replace it with oxygen. Big Man wants, I don't know, he wants life support. I don't know if I'm even going to bother with, like, real technical life support. I will burn the fuel before I'll ever run out of problem. What I might do is I might do a manual burp, which is probably what I'm going to do. So I have a little bit of space in here. I might put manual burp. The other thing is I have the air for the, what I might do, this is probably going to be the easiest, is what I'll do is I'll put a fluid port here. And then if you need to cycle and keep the oxygen stable in here, you would open the doors like so. because I have a system that automatically maintains 1 atmosphere in the engine room, so that will fix that. So that's actually, I think, probably what I'm going to end up doing. And then I also have oxygen masks. So if you were to have a problem where you start to suffocate, you come grab an oxygen mask. You know, and if you grab an oxygen mask, you can use that, you know. So that'll probably be it, because the thing is, this isn't going to stay out there long enough to really need to have a really complicated system, because it has more than enough air in it to for you to survive. Modular engine. It's electrically driven. It's modular engine power generation, and it stores. So the snorkel sucks in air and it stores it in these tanks on the side, and you can see a valve right there, and you see a valve right here, and so it has six of these small tanks on either side. And what it does is the snorkel sucks in air when we're above the water. It stores 60 atmospheres in 6 tanks, so it has a lot of storage. And what it does is it vents into the engine room, and then the engine, you can see right there, there's the supercharger. The engine breathes the air from the engine room. And so if you look here, there's a gauge. That's how much storage atmospheres we have. So I have, you can notice it's going down. We have 59 atmospheres stored in the tanks. And then this is the engine room atmosphere. So what it will do is the system automatically will open the valve up and let out a little bit of air in that room to maintain the engine room air pressure. So it's breathing out of the engine room, and it is automatically replacing that air. So. It can last underwater until it runs out of fuel. So I'll bring up the picture. Why is this going crooked? Let's see. No, it's going all right. I'll bring up the picture. I was doing testing on it. Let's see. Here is the image from the test. So this was a fuel test. So I went from FJ, I went all the way up, I went through the river, and I went all the way up to here before it ran out of fuel. It can stay underwater the entire time. So it will run out of fuel before it ever runs out of air. So it can run until it runs out of fuel. So fuel is the limiting factor. It has 3,000 liters. That's its range right there. So pretty good range. You know, so it'll run out of fuel long before it has an air problem. I just explained it. It pumps the air into the engine room, and it eats the air out of the engine room. So you can see the atmosphere is going down here. It's letting air go into that engine room. Yeah, I'm not interested in anything sort of cheats, so I don't do any of that shit. There we go. Nice. That's done. Okay. Stand up, please. Thank you. Try not to run on the propeller and get myself killed here. All right, good. So that's 3,800. Don't jump way over. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and get out of here. I'll kind of show you what this does now. I'm pitching myself. Did I trim the pitch? No, I didn't. Okay. I was like, why are we pitching? Because I'm pitching this. I'm forgetting how to control my own vehicle here. What is going on here? Oh, I still have the autopilot on, that's why. It's still, I'm trying to fight the autopilot. I was like, why is that doing what it's doing? Because I'm fighting the autopilot. I was fighting the autopilot, and I was like, did I change the controls? Nope. I was fighting the autopilot. Alright, so we'll put this through its paces, kind of show you how it's running now. Alright, let's go and head out there. Alright, so we currently have 11 meters under our keel. So this is depth under keel, so we have 12 meters. I'm just making sure the hatch is shut. 13. So what I want to do here is I'm going to set my depth that I want. So let's go down, whatever. 156 meters. I'm going to set terrain falling to 20 meters, so I don't want to hit the bottom. So we don't need 20. We'll do 15 or whatever. 15. Okay, so now because the keypad is set to 0, it's going to automate the ballast. So we click that on. It's piston and ballast. It's automating the ballast. It's going to take us down. And once it gets so it wants to go down to 156 meters, but because I entered in a number here, if the terrain gets within 13 meters, it's going to switch over and follow the terrain. If we eventually get to the point where it can maintain 156 meters, it's going to do that instead. So it's going to take itself over. And the reason why we're not going down yet is we don't have enough ballast water in there yet. So I can force it down like that if I want. And then this should terrain follow. Once it gets close to the terrain, it will automatically switch to terrain following mode. It essentially says, okay, you know, I don't have 156 meters. I know you don't want to hit the bottom. If I put a 0 in here, it will hit the bottom. So if I wanted to force it to do that, there's really no point to force it to do that. Actually, there is. The reason why I can have it hit the bottom is if I set this to 0 and we're stopped, I can have it maintain the depth with the ballast. So that's the reason. So I can lay on the bottom if I wanted. So it's not to hit the bottom, it's to lay on the bottom, frankly. And as you can see, we're 65 meters and we're going down. So once it hits 156, it's going to level off at that. So like if I go up, let's go up a little bit. Let's go up to 100 meters. 98 meters is good. So once you notice we're going down, so pretty soon it's going to level off at 98 meters. It's going to say, okay, you can make it to 98 meters now. We're going to maintain 98 meters. So it's going to switch modes again from terrain following directly to this. So the benefit of this is as we get closer to those islands, here we go, we're leveled off at 98 meters. So the whole point of this is now we're not in terrain following mode anymore, but if you notice, you can see the terrain coming back up at us. Once the terrain comes back up, it's going to automatically level off again. It's going to follow the terrain again so it doesn't hit the ground. So this will prevent it from hitting the ground. How's it going there, Rasmus? What's up? What's up? My understanding is CO2 is not what's hurting you. It is the lack of oxygen. So as long as you keep pissing in oxygen, I think you're fine. But I haven't done too much testing on it. Sub is pretty much, I dare not say done, but it is, for all intent and purposes, done. I'm trying to get it in the live career build series a little bit more. That way it gets proper testing. So, but this can run underwater until the fuel runs out, frankly. So you notice it's automated the ballast. So the ballast is automated now. So if I were to hit the space bar and stop, the ballast water is now taking over. The ballast water is going to try to maintain us at depth. So it will automate the ballast water now. You'll notice it's pretty slow. So if we are to sink, let's see if we're sinking or raising. I got to wait till we stop. We're stopped. All right, so notice we are gently sinking. It's going to automate the ballast. So now what is, I don't know if it's going to read, no, it won't. So this doesn't do any sort of terrain following when it's in this mode. It will just sit on the bottom. So I have it set to 98. This is going to sit on the bottom. So it'll let it sink down to the bottom slowly. And it's capped. So there's a range between neutral buoyancy. It will maintain itself around neutral buoyancy. So it's clamped out within the neutral buoyancy, positive, negative, and neutral buoyancy range. So it will just gently modulate itself. So like you see, it's going to sink to the bottom. If I want to, let's say, where are we at here? Let's go to 60 meters. So let's change this up to 60 meters. So notice now it is automating the ballast again. It's letting air in, or water out, rather. Air in, water out. This will be water in, air out if it goes the other way. So it's going to, see, now it's stopped. It's going to raise us up. We're gently raising up. And then once we get with around 61, it's going to add some water to maintain ballast. So that way we could raise and lower ourselves and sit there, and I can go take a nap, and it'll maintain the depth in the water automatically. So should be coming up on 61 here. It's going slow. It's nice and slow. I want it to go slowly because I don't want it to pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump. You know, that's not the purpose. The purpose is to just be very gentle and slow, and it maintains it nicely. So like we could go down, we could take a nap. So all this is based like you can run this as kind of a career vehicle. Like if we wanted a mission, we'd come in here and sleep. Oh, look at that. That's neat. That's neat. We're going to save this. Let's do this CBS Live 12.8 Cave mission. All right, and we'll save it again. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay. So this is good that we have that. And then I can set up my computer, and if I want, I can change the FOV of the camera. I can also go to night vision. So sit at the camera so I can see what's going on even though we're down here. I have a firefighting suit and a thermal suit in there. I need the flashlight. Let's see, what else do we have in here for toys? So let's go check this mission. This is a cool mission. Alright, let's see where this mission is. Oh, right there. Let's go. Where are we at? We're close. Think we'll come. I don't know exactly where we are right now, so I don't want to cheat it. Let's go up here. All right, now that we're going forward again, it's going to use the dive planes to maintain that. It will still modulate the ballast automatically, but it's going to use the dive planes again to try to maintain this. So notice it's going to get right on 61 meters. It's going to still have the falling distance, so as the depth of the sea decreases, if it gets below there, it will automatically terrain follow again. We do a nice 31 knots underwater, and we do 20 knots above water. So it's much faster underwater. It's, you know, 50%, over 50% faster underwater. How's it going there, Basilicious? Yeah, I don't bother with the gimbal of the distance sensors. It would be cool if they added the gimbal functionality into it, because I don't want to have to use a pivot. But I've got my distance sensor on this right at the exact center of the center of gravity. So it will rotate and it will minimize the depth. It'll minimize the error. If it was in the back or the front, it would maximize the error. Because it's there, it doesn't, and it uses the physics sensor for the actual altitude. Let's see, we are just under 4 minutes away, so we're pretty close. You can see the volcano there, I think. So let's see, it's that's interesting. This is 170 meters of water right here. That's pretty deep. Right there, it says it's 170 meters of water. I would think that was shallower than that, but I guess not. So a cage diving instructor has an emergency, 170 meters underwater. Okay, so likely we're just getting that one person. We're going to come to the south here, the southwest, and then I'm going to head in. I'm curious if we get treasure there. I've seen some treasure. This is a sprite for the volcano. See that? That's the lighthouse there. Let's read some chat here. But sub's coming along really well. It's pretty much done. There's minor things here and there, but I pretty much got the last needed item. I'm going to put in, you know, I doubt he would do it, but we don't really need a life support system in here, but I'm just going to do that as my life support system. That will work. Read some chat. What do I use to detect the bottom? Just distance sensor. Yep, just a distance sensor. Yeah, you can do the infrared to get rid of the laser if you don't want to look at it. Yep, standard distance sensor. What it does is if the depth is within a certain range, it will, I could show you later, but essentially the distance sensor is always working, and when this gets within range, so essentially what I'm trying to remember the exact thing, it does division. So essentially what it does is if I have it set to 13.85, it then divides the current distance. So let's say that the current distance is 15 meters. So it's 13.85 divided by 15 meters. It comes back with 0.92. And what it does is, let's say it's bigger than that. So let's say 13.85 divided by 25 meters. So let's say we're 25 meters away from the bottom, and the terrain following distance is 13.85. It's going to do 13.85 divided by 25 equals 0.55. And I have it set that it will not switch from this system until we get within 0.7. So 25 times 0.7 is 17.5 meters. So once I get within 17.5 meters of the bottom, it will automatically switch over to this system. So it's you know, it will automatically switch over and stay on that system. And then, so let's say that the bottom starts dropping away from us again. As soon as it gets over 17.5 meters, it will automatically switch over to this system again. So that's how it works. And then it just uses the PID. So it just changes the PID control. There's two PIDs constantly running. One is for max depth, and the other one is for terrain following. And I could change this however I wanted. Like if I change this to, say, 25... If I change that to 25, whoop. What was that? Okay, that's the bottom there. I have no protection for hitting something straight on, so I shut us down there because I was afraid. I saw it come off the side of me. If it was right under us, it would protect me. I can still smash directly into something. So let's go ahead and where are we at here? What's my depth currently? 56 meters. All right, I'm gonna come up in depth here. Let's go up. So it's gonna. I want to rise. So we're gonna do a blow here and go because I'm about ready to hit the bottom here. So. There we go. Okay, and I hit our waypoint. So we're right on top of our waypoint. That's why it shut the engine down, is we're right on top of the waypoint. So let's, we're right here now. So now I'm going to set in my new waypoint there. All right, good. Dude, that was scary, man. I saw that mountain out the side window. I was like, no. But I have no protection for if I smash directly into something. If it comes up from underneath, it'll protect me. But if I smash directly into something, we're in deep shit. So that's where my ballast system is. That's where my batteries are. So if I damage that, and I don't think I've put in any repair torches yet. So That's kind of a danger. Danger. Oh, you know what it is? I'm curious if this is in the tunnels. I don't know. I've never been in the tunnels, so I don't know. No, this looks pretty damn deep under here. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. Because I'm afraid of I haven't played in this area very much. This is the first underwater mission I've actually ever done, so it'll be kind of fun to do. It is depth hold anti-collision. It's both. This is depth hold. This is anti-collision. So this will terrain follow. So if it gets within the set terrain, whoop, there's our waypoint. So if it gets within the set waypoint, the set terrain following distance, it switches over to protect itself from hitting the bottom. All right, so I'm gonna go right on top of this point here. So let's set it right there. Okay. So we're really close to this. So I also have an angular speed set up on the rudder. So the faster we go, the less rudder. I bet it's in the tunnels. I've never been in the tunnels. That's going to be interesting. I don't know the tunnels, so I hope it's not in the tunnels. So like, see, it limits the amount of turn. I have to max. I can override it, but because of angular speed, it will limit the turn it can make. It's got to be in the tunnels because there's no way I have 170 meters of water this close. Yeah, there's no way. Because I'm like right on top of it right now. And it says it's 170 meters underwater. So I don't know where the tunnel entrance is. I'll find that. Yeah, I don't like HUDs. Yep, snow came in today. Oh, nope, it does go deep. How deep is it? I can't tell if it's got to be in the tunnels. There's no way this is not in the tunnels. All right, let's take a look outside. I bet you it's in the tunnels. I've never been in the tunnels. Why is the water on top? All right, I'm gonna override this and blow the ballast. So if there's a 0 in here, the automated system takes over. I have to put it in something to get rid of it. So I'm going to blow the ballast. I want to go for a swim here. As I guarantee you, this is in the tunnels. There's no way. I can see the bottom. We have 50 meters below us, and it's saying 170 meters. It's got to be in the tunnels. And I do not know where the entrance to the tunnels are, so let's do this. So it's right here. Yeah, it's got to be in the tunnels. I don't know where the entrances are. I'm quite curious myself where that is. Because I have no clue where the tunnels are, and then I really don't want to get this stuck in the tunnels. Yeah, I don't want to get this stuck in the tunnels. That seems like a pain in the ass. Ugh. Yeah, you got snow there, 50. That's gross. It could be down there. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm going to have to motor around, see if I can see tunnels. But it's got to be. It's got to be underneath us here in the tunnels. I'm going to just do this real quick. I've never been in the tunnels, so I'm just going to quickly no-clip just to see what they look like. And then I will, then we'll try to find an entrance and get in there. Here. Always important to make sure that that friggin' thing is closed. And then I can use my pump here to pump the air back into the Scuba's tank. Scuba Steve tank. It's slow, but it's gives me something to do while I'm down here. And a lot of automated systems on the sub, so it kind of gives me something to do. Snow is gross. I do like it in the game, though. Kind of a nice little change, yep. Alright, let's see. I need to find the entrance to these tunnels. So let's go ahead and... I'm going to manually control my ballast for now. Because I want to be real precise with what I'm doing here. So we'll manually take a check here. I don't have any lighting, but... I doubt it's right here. I don't know where the entrances are. I think it's over there. I'm not sure. I've literally never been in there, so... I was going to no-clip in, but... See if we can find an entrance. Be hard to see in there without lights. I do have the infrared on the computer, but I can't see it from here. I really don't want to hit the bottom either, so... It's very mountainous around here, because... It's got to be mountainous because the, you know, it's covering the tunnels, essentially. Could just hang around the Ring of Fire with no clip off and try to wait until we get a better mission for doing this. There's a bunch of cool ones. There's like a shark cage. What's this one actually say? Cave, okay, it said right there, cave diving instructor has an emergency. Ugh, go in the cave. I don't want to go. Gives me anxiety. Oh, Jesus, look at that. Right underneath us. 8 meters, depth under keel 7. Alright, I'm going to stop the ballast here. That's just neutral buoyancy. 5,200 is neutral buoyancy, so as long as we're moving, we're not going to sink anyway, but... Kind of hairy. There's a hairy area here. That's not a cave entrance, is it? I don't think so, no. It's just a hole. Oh, gotta be close, man. Rescue 3 casualties in the cave system. So we're close, man. Where the hell's the entrance? I don't want to cheat and just look up the map. Oh, there's a shark. That's literally, I think that's the first shark I've seen. Prick-ass shark. Let's see. Is that an entrance right there? I can't tell. Now that I've seen a shark, too, I don't want to go swimming in there without, without being protected. I don't have a spear gun. Alrighty there, Citrus. Yeah, I'm trying not to do that. Alright, let's see. Where is the entrance to the Cobs? There's a top entrance there. I have yet to go in the caves at all. Let's go down and take a peek. Without lights, it's hard. I don't smash the sub up either. It is quite interesting around here, though. I would say it has to be pretty deep because that was 50 meters underneath us. So let's say we're at 50 meters above the site, and then it had another, 110 meters deep is where the cave was. So they've got to be deep. Got to be pretty damn deep. So we'll see if there's an entrance around it. We'll putt around and Just to go in third person and watch and see. I lose all reference point really quick though, like I can't tell anything now. I don't have the protection system on to level me out, so I will hit the bottom if I'm not careful. 30 meters from the bottom. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Yep. Depth under keel saved me on that one. If I didn't read my depth under keel gauge, I would have hit the bottom. Can I get in the caves from here? I might free dive it. Screw it. Because I don't know. I've never been in there. I don't know if the sub will even fit. Let's free dive it for now. Because I've got the other diving suit. Gives me 10 minutes. I can see if I can get in the... Because there's a cave in there. I think we can enter from there. So we try to get them out. Let's watch the depth under keel. Let's go. Let's get rid of the ballast so we don't... It's close enough. Let's get the proper diving suit with the better time range on it, or the better capacity on it. So this one here, this one has a 10-minute air supply on it. Where are we? Am I out of water? No. Okay. All right, we're pumping ballast. We're at neutral buoyancy. That's why it's sitting low. Once it's set to pump out, though, so we'll keep raising up. I just want to make sure I don't flood the sucker. Just a visual glitch there. All right. All right, let's go inside and try to... I think we can enter the cave from here. I'm not sure, but we'll try to enter here. And I'll swim through and see if I can get these people to follow me out. Would have been nice if I got the cage mission. There's a mission for cage. You walk so slow in this friggin' diving. This guy is all sorts of different. Let's go in here, see what's up. What VR? Oh, it might be gone, but I was going to ask Citrus what VR. My favorite VR game, VTOL VR. They announced a new airplane based on the Tomcat, which is going to be nice. You can have a Rio. Oh, what's that? A present? Look at that. We have a present, baby. Hoo-wee! Money. There we go, baby. 7,500 cash, money, dollar bills. All right. All right, so let's see. We're going... We just came in here. Let's go this left passage here. I gotta be careful here. I don't die. Hopefully there's no friggin' sharks in here. I don't have any sort of spear gun or anything. If it gets ugly, I will just no clip out of here. A little bit spooky. Like, we could probably get the sub through here fine, but it'd be, it's iffy without lights. Having an actual, like, cave diving submersible, that was one of the options, you know, one of the ideas Big Man had is, you know, your sub has kind of a theme, and that was one of the themes, was to have a cave diving submarine. Oh, spelunking here. Yeah, it gets real narrow in here. I'm kind of glad I wouldn't drive the sub. This is not fitting through here. This mission's only worth $6,000. Like, what were they thinking when they put that out? This is a lot of work and danger for $6,000. Keep an eye on my flashlight too. It's like, it's very I'm gonna do this too, because it's my first time in here, so let's do this. Alright, so we gotta keep going left. It says 3 people, so that's I think it's at 3 people, so that's should get like 3 grand per. So that actually might be worth a little bit more money, but. All right, that goes out, I think. Let's go in there really quick. I want to see what's in here. This goes out. So are they all terrestrial? Like terrestrial entrances? What is this? What is that about? Okay, that's weird. That's pretty funky. Oh, pissed off. Don't die for no reason. I just no-clipped. Alright. What happened here? I clipped into the terrain and it nearly killed me, so. Okay, let's fix ourselves up here. That was a bunch of bullshit. Okay. So that was a game issue. So alright, let's get in the. So this is where we came up, I think. Oh Jesus. What the fuck? Mike, this is dangerous. I'm just gonna look at these tunnels really quick. This is silliness. Because I just got hurt. No clipping in the roof. So we were right here. Okay. So that looks like that's just a graphical error that it looks like it enters. It is done. Oh, Pavlov. Yeah, Pavlov makes me nauseous like a mother. I'm not a huge fan of mazes. This is kind of... Submerged the sub to seabed, went in the airlock and nothing would pump. Exhaust smoke was coming out. The exhaust smoke, I believe, is carbon dioxide. So when you get a puff, I think it's the carbon dioxide from the air will puff out as smoke. So I think that's the smoke is, because I get it every once in a while too. I think it's that little bit of carbon dioxide shows. Yeah, the tunnels are pretty cool. I've never been in here before. I gotta be careful because, like, this says 10 minutes of air, but I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get in there. This would be kind of cool to build like a little scoot, like a little underwater, kind of like a jet ski that you ride just underwater. All right, we're gonna try to head south here. These guys better be thankful that I'm doing this for them. Like, where's the shark cage mission for me for my first mission? I got this tunnel bullshit. Yeah, like, this is too narrow to be running that submarine. I'd just be banging it against every wall. I'd be spending half my time filling the airlock to get some repairs done. Yeah, I was thinking of building a little underwater scooter, which would be like handle, some propulsion, and then, you know, you'd have to have a monitor so you can lay flat and then kind of, you know, drive your way through here. The problem is, you know, you have people, you can't really just drag them out of here. You have to have seats on it or something to drag their sucker asses out. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, we're getting close. Dude, cave diving I have no interest in whatsoever. Like, you know, like caving in general, no interest in. Too many horror stories. Not interested. There was this podcast I used to listen to called Against the Odds. And it was like all sorts of like people leaving their homes and getting themselves in trouble. It's like, no thanks. You know, and putting other people's lives at risk to go rescue them. It's like, nope. Yeah, I certainly appreciate the people who do go rescue them, but, you know, it's like putting a lot of people's lives at risk to do that. The Thai cave dive, the soccer team that went down the caves, that was a very interesting story. Oh, we're way south now. What the hell? Do I have a turn north here somewhere? I'm up against the wall. Where the hell is this? I will no clip out of here before I get stuck in a cave. No phobia nonsense with that. I'm not getting myself stuck in a cave with my flashlight dead. That's not happening. Yeah, yeah, like the little ones in the Bond movies. Because like if I knew I had this mission early, I would drag that out with the sub and then. No wonder I gotta look for a right turn somewhere here. This is already gonna be a bitch to get these people out of here. So I don't mind cheating a little bit. First time in here. You know, this would be cool if I had like a dedicated, you know, equipment for this. You know, the scoot, have the ability to get people out. Like what would be really cool is like a Navy SEAL type of, you know, the submarine where you sit on top of it and it's flooded and you wear your suit and then you ride that around. Now we're going away from these Johnnies here. I'm gonna no clip to see where they are because it's gonna be boring for me to just dick around in this tunnel all day. We'll kind of see where we're at here. There's the sharks. Hello, sharks. Where are these people? I think they're over here somewhere. Let's try. Okay, where's that? I just want to see where they're at. Okay, right there. So. Okay, there they are right there. That's interesting. What the hell is this thing? See, the problem is, like, you'll clip into the wall, too. Oh my god, this is narrow as shit. I have no interest in this. These people are pushing their luck, asking me to do this for them. Right around sharks, too. There they are. Look at these donkeys. Look. They're deader than shit, too. If I had swum around in here, yeah, piss off. If I did all that and I swam through here for like, I don't know, 30 minutes and then get here and they're all dead, they can stick it right up their ass. I'm not interested. That's funny though. Yeah, so caves are not my thing. I think it's neat, but it's no, not doing it. I had this ballasted. I don't know why it's sitting funky. I gotta dick with the ballast system. I think I got a little bit of water that will go in the tail. I just gotta get rid of that. It sits funky now. I gotta fix that. I did a bunch of balancing too. I gotta fix it some more. Yeah, like I want a different mission is what I want. I want a mission where I can use my airlock too. That's what I want. So like you saw that little puff of smoke came out. I think that's the CO2 coming out. Get out. Yeah, but those people would have been dead before I even found them, and that'd be frustrating. Yeah, I like the scoots from the old Bond movies. This is definitely probably too slow to be pumping this by hand, but let's get up there. These people are goners. Yeah, it's just I don't know how I'm supposed to get there in time and save them. Like having to like run around in the cave system. Just not enough time. Because they had 2 minutes before they were dead. And there's no way I was finding them in 2 minutes, let alone, you know, I can't revive them. I don't have a, you know, you have to be out of the water to do a defib. So, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. What we will do, though, is this. Let's stop. Let's go ahead and we'll take off no clip. I will go ahead and, yeah, of course they did. They're there, right there, dying. We're going to go sleep in the boat. This place has a lot of these missions. Let's see if we can get one to pop. And if we get the mission to pop, we can do a different mission here. Because like a cage rescue, something like that. Small speedboat. Yeah, I'm not doing that. But seemed interesting, but I thought I could take the sub in there. I don't think I can. Picnic boat. We're not doing the picnic boat again. Why wouldn't my airlock fill if all the other pressure were set correctly? All I got was a ton of... I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell without more details of your system. Small boat. Distress. Yeah, I don't care about those people. Trying to see if I can get one of these underwater missions that I can do, like repair. I don't have a repair torch on me. But like, I have to put the repair torches in here, but the, they have one where you like repair an underwater cable. Speedster, yeah, no thanks. Trying to get the missions around here. Blue speedboat, yeah, that one sounds familiar. Underwater cable, underwater cage, please. Extinguish all fires, rescue 3 casualties. The hospital, that's not what I'm looking for either. Let's check it though, I want to see what it's doing. Blue speedboat. I might be too far away from where the that area is anyway for the other underwater mission. Let's move a little bit. At least get moving here, because the like over here, there is I don't know where the like if the cable's here, we might be too far away from it to get a cable. Blue speedboat has emergency. Okay. Let's go do that for now. Let's go head right there. Actually, we don't need that much. It's not bad at max level here. The other thing too is we can go down to some wreck sites. I think there should be treasure chests there on some of those wreck sites. So that would be kind of cool to go get some of that stuff for money. All right, let's go ahead and am I hitting the bottom now? Okay. That was interesting to see the caves anyway, but not my thing to be dicking around those caves. Gotta keep an eye on fuel. We're about 50% fuel at the moment. Still should be alright, but we're getting toward the bottom of our fuel. Or we're not getting towards the bottom, but we gotta keep an eye on it. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that would be kind of neat to make a little scooter, and you know, you could actually kind of do some of these. Yeah, it'd be kind of neat. You'd have to have seats on it so that all those people could go. So making a tiny little submarine, I thought that would be kind of a cool idea. So I added a little bit of ballast water can go into this under the engine right here in this compartment, and I think that's why we're sitting funky. I think I'm gonna get rid of that. So we'll get rid of that. Should be able to automate the sub too. I could even teleport and go build something while this is taking these people to the hospital. It will stop every time I'm in the workbench, but not too shabba-labba. This is kind of a cool place. I haven't spent much time in the Ring of Fire here. It's kind of neat. It'd be kind of neat just going around to these wreck sites too. There's a wreck site right here. Be kind of neat to go there. I've been down to these ruins. I had a picture of my unfinished sub. It pissed Phil off because I didn't even paint the sub. I had just a white unpainted sub at the ruins, and it got put in the weekly update. I'll see if I can find that. Let's see if I can find that. How far are we from this? We're 3 minutes. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Let me see. Let's see if we can find the sucker. The build challenge is due midnight tonight, my time. So that is for thems who must finish. See if we can find this. It was right around, it was just before Ring of Fire, I think, is when they had my picture in there for my submarine. That was last year. Christmas there last year. There's carnivals. Zombies. Industrial Frontier, okay. How was it? I don't know. Now let me search this page like that. Physics sensor, yeah, these are more recent. So I think Discord archived them. So I probably have to look at the main Steam to find it. Let me find these. Trying to think what's the best place to do it. I think it's what, Community Hub, I think. Yeah, Community Hub, probably. Nah, it's gonna show a bunch of. That's gonna show a bunch of stuff. That's not gonna do it. Yeah, it shows too much community stuff. There was a link. I forget how to get there. There's a link that shows just all the updates. Forget how to get there. Not support. Not in support. Guides, discussions, not community hub, store page. No, store page has them. I'll be quiet. Demonetize my video, I'll be pissed. See all updates. Okay, this is the one. Let's go on any updates, we'll link it out. Oh, that's one of mine. There's a me. Star Citizen. Here's one of me. Let's see. Not the one I'm looking for, though. Not the one I'm looking for, though. Quite a ways back. You know, as much as people give them crap, this is, you know, have weekly updates like this is nice. Oh, what am I dying for? I ran into the rescue. Piss. How am I? Oh my Christ! What's happening now? I ran into the rescue. Literally right into it. I almost always offset it so that I'm not directly there. That's friggin' hilarious. That's hilarious. I literally ran right into the mission. What I should do is I should go test Steam power. That's what I should do. Now that I'm loading up the save again. I'll load up the custom save and we will we'll check out Steam. Tanabit asked me to check out Steam. There was a change in pistons. They changed the way they run, so I'll bring up the custom. So we're good here. This will put me right in there. So the importance of having a recent save. So we'll go ahead and we'll test out some things. So let's look at the weekly update really quickly. That is funny though. I ran right into it. I was like, why? I'm like, why am I getting hurt? There's no way I could be getting hurt. It was like I ran right into the rescue and burned because of it. Caught myself on fire by hitting the vehicle that was on fire. Ring of Fire was quite a while ago. There's Christmas. Last year. Ring of Fire, where are you? Where are you, Ring of Fire? Ring of Fire was before Industrial Frontier, I believe. Yeah, I should have put it next to it. I normally don't click it right on top, and I did put it right on top. I normally put it next to it so I don't hit it. But that was precision. I looked out the window and I saw myself hitting it on the way by. It's weapons DLC. I don't know where it is. Let's look at this week's really quick. Patch notes on this week's. So right here, steam pistons now base their power on steam pressure instead of volume. So let's go look at that. And then end effectors can cut ropes now. That's kind of interesting. Not something I'll probably use, but you know, it is kind of cool. Oh my god, where's my E key on my computer not working? Steam, there it is. There's the pistons. All right, this is the example from Steam tutorial number 4. Get this running. Yeah. What's happening there? Exoteric. I drank the coffee right out of the pot when it first started, and it's like I drink like at least a pot of coffee a day, and that even caffeine me too much. Here we go. All right, we're rocking and rolling. Let's go ahead and gear this up. Yeah, so it's less than it was before, but these were way OP. So it doesn't surprise me that they, you know, it's just as important to balance something when it's underpowered as when it's overpowered, you know, because this is running at 580, right? The problem with Steam though is I think the Steam should be pretty powerful because it's the issue with it is it requires a lot of space. So you look at how much space this takes up. Like I could tighten things up with putting valves vertical instead of sticking them out like this. But then you have the boiler. Condenser's not that big. This is making still a really good amount of power. To put it in perspective, the submarine runs at 360 S-watts. This is pushing around 600 S-watts. It was, I think, doing 1,000 before today's update. And then if we grab this one, which is diesel 4-cylinder 3x3. This one gives me about 1,000, a little over 1,000. So, a little bit of a balance on that. You know, if you don't like the balance, put it in a feature request for them to rebalance it. You know, but I don't think it's obscene. You know, that's still a lot of S-watts. Like this is quite a bit of power here. This is 1,000 S-watts is a lot. You know, so that steam was running at 5 and change. Let's check the turbine. That's pistons. Steam tutorial 2, 3. I want steam tutorial 1. So this was running at, I think, 4 1/4 previously. So they said pistons only, so we'll see where this is at. What are you running that needs that much power, though? Just a ship? Currently just checking out the changes for today. Was using the submarine for a little while, doing some rescues. Get rid of display cap. This is not geared up either, so this one doesn't really matter to gear. So this one's 445. This is the same. So the pistons changed, but this didn't change. So that's running about the same. That didn't change. Let's see. Let this turn on for a second here. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I think it's neat to be able to model. Like, this is the stuff I like to do, is engines and power plants and stuff. That's what I like to do. I think we got the wipe date for Tarkov is the day after Christmas. I'd say we're building steam at the moment. Yep, building steam pressure now. So I'm curious if we can inject water now. That was a lot of people's complaints because they're running off volume. You know, now we have to deal with pressure, so which makes more sense. Steam pressure is what you really should be considering, not the volume. So I'll play with some pressure and see if I can't get it more heavily pressurized. All right, so this is, let's see. So that's 130. So I'm trying to see if I'm overstressing it or understressing it. Might be able to gear this up even more. So I'm still understressing it. So I probably, yeah, it's still understressed. So I could probably gear it up even more. So we'll do a test where I gear this up even more. Because these are very, very high torque, and so you can stress them out pretty well. So we're around 6. This was running about 1,000 before, so it's about 40% less at the moment, but that might just mean I need to gear it differently. We'll see. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I grind my own beans and then I make it. It's not a one machine thing. I was afraid to get a one machine just because I didn't want to have to worry about if one part of it breaks, then it's kind of toast. I didn't want to get any steam into the grinder. Afraid then you get mold in there. You got to deal with that. But I have been. I want to make a large home submarine once I get all these submarine systems built, because then it will transfer pretty easily. And how we're looking now? We're up over 100 now. We're building pressure. Trying to see what number it has enough to overcome the resistance in the pistons. Because it takes a while for the pistons to turn because that generator is plugged into them. If I had a clutch in there, you know, they'd turn easily. But see, it takes quite a bit of pressure, about around 0.7 and change to overcome the generator. All right, so now we're up to. Yeah, so it's a little bit overstressed at the moment, so 560, so actually going less is going to give me more power. So this might be overstressed, actually. So I bet you were a little bit overstressed. Probably just a little bit overstressed as it is with 3 gearboxes. Let's read some numbers in here. So we're currently, okay, so we have a good bit of steam in there. Good bit of stored steam. Fluid volume's good, so that temp's fine. You may not need. Let's try something. Okay. Let's run that, see what we look like. Yep, that'd be kind of fun. I'd like to do some, like, you know, personally for me, like, I would love to be able to, like, do you know, actual building the engines. That would be really neat. Yeah. Yeah, it's just having a separate machine. I just did that because I figured if I had any issues, it keeps it nice and dry and static free and not have to deal with it. I don't think it's a big deal, but like my ex-mother-in-law used to have a one of those units that would grind and then make the coffee. I wonder if the top one's ever gonna get top one's gonna get hot enough. It'll just take a second because it's running off the bottom's temp. I don't have the thermostat plugged into both, so it's kind of funky at the moment. But so I'm putting extra pressure in. Okay, so see with this dual system, we're getting more pressure. If I further refine this, we'd probably get even more. So let's see what we get with just doubling the boilers. So we're at around 6 on the nose, around 6, just under 6, 586, something like that. So I'm curious if you could be running. See, our fluid volume is at 174. So I bet you we could probably get this building quite a bit more power if I was burning the top one more. Because that's kind of the issue I'm having with this one here is up top is I'm slowly building steam. My guess would be this, you notice we're slowly building pressure. That's because this this temp regulator is based off of this. So here, let's do something real quick. So do a little bit of research here for a new tutorial potentially. Let's see. All right, so what we'll do here is boiler temp. Get the average temp off that. Plumb this in. Run that. See if we can't get this running hot enough that we get a added pressure. We are getting better pressure, but we'll see. The 170 steam is irrelevant. It's the pressure that's relevant. So it's going to average them, so it should run it hotter. The bottom one will run hotter. You know, it'd be better to do 2 of those controllers for the pumps, but because this one's running 20 degrees hotter than this because it's having to go up and loop through. But this should run it a little bit hotter. Try to get that pressure up. Yeah, this one's still running a little bit cold, so I should redo the way I'm doing this, but I do have this. The top one is quite a bit hotter now and making more pressure. So we're down to, so the pressure here is 90. Before it was at 70 something, and this one was at very low. So should have more pressure now. See what we're doing for power. Okay, good. So we're up on power. So we're up about 640, 650. So I don't think you're necessarily going to have to add pistons. We should be able to do this with Should be able to do this with boilers. Let's go ahead and we'll nix this. So like make 2 boiler controllers here. Electric furnace. We have to run the electric furnace off the same one's fine. Furnace temp. Boiler temp. Run those. Get out of there, you. Get out of there, you devil. There we go. Where's pumps? Where goes the pumps? Okay, toggles going to the pumps. What? Why is that running off there? No, it's just furnace controlled, right? Just furnace controlled, so I really don't need to change that. That's gonna be screwy. We'll try this like this. We'll see how that works. I don't really need the other microcontroller, but I don't need that one. All right, let's try this. So we got it up another 100 SWatts on that run, and I'm running the furnace, the electric furnace, low, so should have plenty of power to just up the boiler. We're having no problem maintaining water. We shouldn't have any problem maintaining water, so should be able to maintain the same number of pistons and just increase the steam pressure. Yeah, that'd be neat. Alright, this top one running cold. No, they're actually running about right now. So they're running pretty close. This one actually is lagging a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see if we get this pressure up a little bit. I got it up a little bit last time. There's plenty of heat generated by these furnaces. We shouldn't have any problem increasing these boilers if I need to. I could have upped the temp a little bit. Probably would have helped. Because one of these was holding on to its fluid volume. It wasn't getting rid of its fluid volume. So it means I could take some more temp, and then that way I'd get steam pressure to go up. So. Alright, so we're up to about, that one should start the pistons here in a second. There we go. Starting to get pressured. So we have 1.36 pressure. There it goes, 9.6. Alright, so we're running quite a bit of extra pressure now. We're up to 1.75. That's more than double what I had before I did this. So now we're up to 800. So before it was 1,000 is what I had before today's update. So it really is just, it's more logical now to have it as steam pressure. So you need to get your fluid volume down, because all that means is you're not converting the water into steam. So we're probably close to maxed out now, because our fluid volume's at 0.03. And it's 0.05 here, so we're probably close to maxed out. So if I get this perfect, I could probably get pretty close to where I was last time. So we're at 850, so we're not far off where I was last time. So let's see if slowing it down built up any pressure on me. So we're at 1.15, and so I built the pressure up too. So I was able to build pressure up by putting some back pressure on this. So we're pretty good on pressure now. Let's see if I can start down gearing this. So yep, still good. Speed up on that. So I'm trying to see if this works logically. It's working pretty logically, yeah. Because we're up to a total pressure value now of 2.22. So these are equalized, so we're in good shape here. So yeah, we're up quite a bit now. We're up to 8 and change. So I've not quite doubled it with the 2, but we're probably getting pretty close to being able to double it with 2. This is a little bit aggressive, what I have on there for gearing now. I bet if I down geared it, I might be able to get a little bit more power out of it. Let's go to a 2-1 on this. And we'll do this final test here. But that's a good bit of power. Yeah, and you still have large pistons, so if you want to go to large pistons, you can increase some torque even more using that. Let that run for a minute. I catch up with build challenge discussion, seeing it's 6 hours away from deadline. Waiting for this to heat up. I'm just reading some of the build challenge discussion because it's coming up on time. I want to make sure if there's anything that needs to be answered, it gets answered. All right, there we go. We reach temperature. There we go, we're on the move. I'm gonna wait for these to build pressure. All right, so about 111 on either one is where we're at here. 115, so a little bit off because of the flows. All right, so yeah, so I do need to up gear it a little bit. So that is a little bit low. So if I go like this, that's back to where we were. Yep, so there's 8 and change. So we're building good, we're making good power here. It's lower now because this gearbox is a 2-to-1 now instead of a 3-to-1. So it's somewhere in between there, I think. So playing with gearboxes. So between playing with gearboxes and increasing your pressure by getting another boiler up and running, likely going to be able to do this. The other thing too is I'm curious if we can do water injection now. So I am curious if we can do water injection now. So let's see. Let's just do a pump. Let's just do straight gravity for now. Did I accidentally delete something I did? Okay. Let's try some gravity on this, see what happens. You're gonna be a pain in the ass, aren't you? All right, good. Let's grab it like this. So I'm curious if they change this. That was people's complaint, is their systems used to piss water in, and now, you know, it wasn't running with pissing water in. So let's give it a run like this. See if I can't get that water up to build pressure. But I can water inject to build pressure. That would make sense with the balance if they did that, because yeah, if you start to blow water in there, you're going to be able to get the pressure up higher and higher, and should be able to you know, get power out of it. But these are still damn powerful. That's a lot of S-watts running 800. Once you hear that click and stop, that means that temp will stop clicking, and we should start building some power here. So it looks like the water is draining in. Yeah, water's draining in. That's why the this is why it's still going. Why it hasn't stopped is we are building steam pressure, but we're able to continue to have water, which is cooling, trying to cool it off, so the furnace has to keep running. So let's see where our pressure gets to here. The problem is, if I don't put a one-way valve in this tank, it might be taking our pressure. It is. So you see the pressure is going into there. So this is likely stealing our pressure. We need to put a one-way valve on that. Yeah, see the pressure values are way low. And that's because it's dumping the steam pressure out, it looks like. It's catching up. It's just going to take longer now. So there's backup over 8. There's 9. Yep. Water injection works now, people. This is what people have been asking for. So if you see a bunch of dooming and glooming with this new update with Steam, this is what people asked for, is the ability to inject water into the system to get more power. And the devs did what people have been asking for all week, was injecting water into the system. We're now at 1168 by adding a water tank on there. So that's what people have been asking for all week. I've seen post after post after post. My system's ruined. The sky is falling. I can no longer put water in there. It now makes logical sense with actually building steam pressure. You're adding water, which you need to increase the temperatures. Well, you don't need to increase the temperatures, but notice with just, I'm not even injecting water. I'm just having a fluid tank. If I put a one-way valve on that too, that would probably help. But it's increasing the water volume in here. And we're now where we were. I'm making more power now than I was in my old system. So I'll do a new tutorial on this, but you know, just adding a water tank just allowed us to put more steam in. So they fixed that problem this week. So it's not the sky is falling, it's minor tweak, and your system should be back up and running even better than it was. So this was not a nerf, seeing that I'm up a good 250 S-watts. So off the same piston count. So you don't need to double your pistons. You know, you're going to see a bunch of people panic the next couple days. This is not a bad thing. You know, with a minor tweak there, I'm able to make more power very easily. Literally put on another furnace and a water tank, and we're up a good 250 S-watts. So not a problem at all. This is actually pretty damn good, and it makes sense. So, you know, and there's probably some tweaks I could make to get this to go even higher. But yeah, so with a couple minutes changes there, I think we're in good shape here. You notice we're up at 12, and looking at the RPS of these, I bet you if I up-geared this, we'd probably get this running even higher. Let's try one thing here. Let's bring this up to a 3-to-1. So we're at 1200. Let's see if this will run with that, because the RPS look pretty good on there. First thing I would do is, if I were you, Tanip, throw some water on there, because one boiler has 175 liters of water. You're gonna run out of water, and that's gonna, of course, you can only make as much steam as you could have water, right? So, and this is what people have been literally asking for all week. So what I would start with first is just put a water tank on your regular boiler. Try that. See if that increases back to where you want to be. If it doesn't, then double boiler. But I think this is the dev's answer, I think, to what people have been complaining about all week, or for the last 2 weeks, because they did some changes 2 weeks ago. And that's why I did the Steam tutorial, was people are saying, oh, it's impossible, all my stuff's broken. And then I showed it is quite possible. And then with this, this is now them bringing the ability to get water back in. So there are some people who are pulling their hair out saying, oh, I had a water tender train that no longer works, the sky is falling, the devs suck. And now you can put water in again. So if you have a tender for your train, for example, like that person's, you can have a tender for your train again, putting water in. So that's the thing, is you can now put water in here. So that was a big part of it. Before, if you've tried putting water in, it was not helping. Now we're able to increase the water in there and get more power. So, but it's working. I'll do a tutorial on this. I'll play with it. I need to do a lot more study to make sure I have all the ins and outs, but that is what I'm thinking, because I saw complaints the last 2 weeks. That was the issue people were having, was their old systems used to inject water in, and then they couldn't, and they were freaking out. And now it looks like the devs just fixed that, letting people inject water in again. So let's see. So I increased it to a 3-to-1, where we just hit 1,300 S-watts. We're still going too. It's still climbing. We're gonna hit 1,400 S-watts here in a second. There's 1,400 S-watts. Are we gonna hit? Dare we hit 15? I don't think we're gonna hit 15. 1,450. This is now 50% more powerful than it was last week. So, you know, if you see people say the sky is falling, you can tell them it's not, because, you know, I'm making 50% more power, you know, right now than I was. So, you know, people are gonna freak off the bat. But let's do something here. Let's do this. Here, let's do this really quick. I want to save this. This is gonna be Steam tutorial P5. So I will be putting out another Steam tutorial video. The plan is, the reason I did a series is, as these things change, I can just put out another video and you can follow along. But this makes perfect sense. I think it was a good change, so it makes sense. Let's go ahead. I'm going to try something here. We'll see. This may or may not do it. I'm going to answer your question now. If we need more boilers, we may be able to just do water injection. I got to see. At some point, you're going to get to the point where you probably do need another boiler, because it's going to be to the point where you can't boil enough steam. Fuck, if I have to click on that disabled one more time. You know, so I'm going to do a quick test here with just a water injection, and we'll see what happens. This might be enough. Eventually, you're going to get to the point where you probably do need more boiler. So, but people have literally been asking for this for the last 2 weeks. They've been like, oh, my old system used water, and they were all annoyed that they couldn't use water anymore. And now it looks like you can put a water tank on there again if you like, and increase the water capacity. So essentially, the boiler is eventually going to have... you're only going to be able to boil so much in a so much water at a time in a boiler. The whole point is you're taking, what is 60 times? I think steam expands 60 times the volume of water, if memory serves. So you figure eventually the boiler's not going to have enough volume to be able to expand that much steam out. So you're going to eventually probably going to have to increase your boiler capacity in order to expand a unit of water. So eventually you're going to get to the point where, so like for example, if this test right here shows the power go down, it means I'm trying to expand too much water in the in one boiler, and we need two. And then you want to figure out, okay, well how much water can I put in one boiler? Then then you double it for 2, triple it for 3, and then you'd kind of know a standard of where you need to be. Yeah, that makes sense there, Pin Throttle. I'm just not going into depth right now. Actually, this weekend's going to be tough for me to do any of that because the challenge ends tonight, and I'm going to be downloading and working on that. So, but here we go. We're building pressure here. Likely, I'm thinking we're going to need. We'll see. We'll see if we need multi-boilers here. We'll let it stabilize here. I'm going to go rack these. I'm thinking I think we're probably at our water limit for one boiler. Yeah, so I think we're going to need dual. Well, let's see. We're still climbing. This is definitely better. So right now, before, when I was running one boiler, I was at about 600 S-watts with this setup. I'm now at 840. So likely what this is showing to me is we were at 1450 capped. So likely, we're still climbing too. Let's go see. We're going to get to, looks like we're leveling off at around 900. We're still going. We're still climbing, man. Yeah, it's water. Likely eventually you're going to reach the point where you're going to need multi-boilers. That's kind of my answer so far. But notice with water injection, we went from about 600 S-watts. We were actually a little bit lower than 600 S-watts. We were like 5 and change. I've almost doubled it by just adding that water tank. So adding that water tank about doubled my power. And it makes sense. You have more water to boil. That was a lot of people's complaints, is eventually the fluid volume was getting used up. You have 175 liters in the steam boiler to start with. Once you steamed it all away and you boiled it all, you don't have any water, so the boiler can't make any more steam, and then the condenser sends back what it's recycled. So yeah, you're capped because you don't have enough water. So now you're able to add more water. Well, now the boiler, if it's capable, can steam up some more steam. And because of that, we're able, if you notice, the fluid volume's at 171, so we don't need that big of a tank. We just need to maintain this where we're providing enough water to keep going. And like Pin Throttle said, there is by adding cold water. And now, legitimately, are we really adding cold water in once it's cycled a couple times? Not really. Let's look at the steam condenser. So you figure the steam condenser, what are we running at here? 50 degrees. Yeah, so we're running about, see, I can't tell the temperature inside here is the problem. Likely, we're coming out of here at probably 100 degrees. So we're probably coming in somewhere around 100 degrees into here. We're probably dropping this. Let's say we drop it down to, okay, 60, 61. That looks like it's climbing. Yeah, so we're at 62 maybe. So we're at 61 degrees. So we are taking cold water in. But eventually, this is going to get replaced with mostly 60-degree water. So it is going to be cooler, and then it's going to cool our boiler down a little bit. But, you know, if you have the system set up here, you notice it's automatically regulating the temperature on this furnace. That's what the temperature regulator is doing. So, like, if you wanted, you could probably dump this. You could probably bring this temp up even more and get more steam produced. We'll test that next. But I'll pour some time into this. I'll get a bunch of methods going. I'll do Steam Tutorial Part 5. You know, it still works, the old one. But notice we're still climbing on power. We're up at 960 now. So all I added from my tutorial was this one water tank, and we're pretty much where we were last time. I was about, I think it was 1040 on the last tutorial. I'd have to check. I think it was 1040, so we're not far off. And like Pin Throttle was talking, you know, that's cold water going in here too. So if I can up the temperature, we can probably fix this here. So minimum boiler temperature 110. Let's see. Let's go. Let's up this 20 degrees. What is up? Oh, I clicked the number pad. There we go. 130. Let's go up. Screw it. Let's go up 150. All right. So the whole point of this is the boiler temperature is going to be partially regulated by the cold water. We're putting extra cold water in to shock the system. And so since there's water in there, we have to keep the water maintained at a higher temperature. The water is naturally going to try to go down to ambient temperature. And I've tested this with my cooling rigs. Let's say you use a heater for room heating, and you can heat a tank of water up to 60 degrees is what the heaters are doing. So yes, you can heat a tank of water. And so by running this hotter, we should theoretically be keeping our tank of water at a higher temperature. By keeping the tank of water at a higher temperature, we are actively giving the boiler more thermal efficiency, which should be able to build us more steam, theoretically. And it makes sense. You know, that should be what's going to happen here. We'll see. So we're at, what, 968, something like that. Let's see if I can get this hotter and see if we can build more steam pressure. But pressure is what should be happening here. The devs, it's taking a long time to get this balance, and that's fine because it's complicated. You know, I'm all for that. I would rather them do that than like leave it not working the way it should be. I'd rather them keep tinkering. And you're going to see this, I guarantee it. You're going to see on Steam discussions, you're going to see on Reddit, you're going to see people pulling their hair out. Oh my God, they broke Steam again. No, they didn't. It literally took me, what? You know, the main thing I figured out in like 10 minutes. You know, adding water it made sense. And I'll put out a tutorial, but if you see people having confusion, tell them, you know, add some water injection again, and you should be off to the races. There we go, baby. So increasing that temperature, we're now up to 1300. So we are making more power now than we did 2 days ago. We're making a lot more power. We're now at 1400 with no extra boiler. And it's kind of like, Pin Throttle was talking about, is you're sending cold water back to your system by increasing the, all I'm increasing is the boiler temp. So the boiler temp is up. Now look at our fluid volume. Watch our fluid volume. See, our fluid volume is at 0.1. That means there is 0.1 liter of water in our fluid volume. When that goes to 0, it means that our boiler is at the capacity for that particular tank of water. If we doubled the tank of water, that boiler should be able to boil even more. All right, so let's look at it. We're currently at 1300. The reason we've gone down a little bit is look at our water volume. Our water volume is now too low again. If we look at this tank is, it's gaining more than it's losing, so we probably should pressurize it maybe. But likely at this temperature, I need to probably start injecting water. So let's see, where are we at? So we got up to 1400. We're still back up 1300. We're still running well. This thing is 300 S-watts more powerful than it was yesterday. By just adding a water tank and changing the temperature on the furnace control unit. Now we can't go up in temp anymore because we don't have enough water going in there. So what we need to do is, and we had water in our tank. So if you looked at the tank still had water in it. So what we'll do is this. Let's see. Let's try to inject it initially and see what happens. So let's grab this. Let's try an initial injection because I don't want this water cooling off at all. Let's do an initial water injection like this. Make sure that Not that it matters. It's making its own electricity, but I'm gonna shut infinite electricity off. All right, so we're gonna do an ejection. So this is gonna piss all the water in here, and it's never gonna let it store because that's likely gonna decrease. It's gonna help decrease the temperature because the temperature is coming out of this condenser at 60 degrees. It's gonna go in here and cool off. It's gonna try to cool off to 29. So it's gonna get colder. Now what's gonna happen is this is gonna piss all the water in. It's going to then go through and it's going to come from 60 right back into the boiler. It's going to give us greater thermal efficiency. Theoretically. We'll see if it works, right? But it makes sense, you know. There's a reason why big boy locomotives have a 20-meter long boiler. Yep. Is 27 1x1 cylinders as much power as a... I'm not sure. Yeah, you know, this isn't really, like, this could literally be a 10-minute tutorial of inject water. I'm going to need to do some research so I get all the minutia because I try to know what the hell I'm talking about before I do the video. But, like, so now look at this. So this is going to, the water is only going to go one way. Before what was happening is the water was getting essentially stuck in this tank. I want it stuck in the condenser. And the reason I want it stuck in the condenser is theoretically hot. You know, if we can get the thermal efficiency up, if we can get the fluid volume to stay, because the fluid volume is down to 0.1. If we can get this fluid volume up, what that will allow me to do is, I should have put a one-way valve on the condenser too, but if we can keep this fluid volume up, we can make more power. So, where are we at here? Fresh water is still, okay, so this is not giving any more fresh water. Let's zing, zing, zang, zing. See where we're getting here. All right, I stalled it out. All right, so this is stalling it out. So I would, let's see, is it pushing? It's probably doing back pressure. Let's try something here. Let's put a one-way here. I meant to do this and I friggin' forgot. Because I don't want to push in against the condenser. Okay, let's run that. But yeah. But it really, like, it's frustrating for me when I see people just, like, right off the bat assume something is terrible. It's frustrating, man. Imagine if, like, you know, imagine if you're the devs and you hear for a couple weeks people want to be able to inject water again, and you give them the option to do that. And then they can't figure out it in 0.2 seconds and they get all annoyed. You know, that would be pretty discouraging, wouldn't you think? So that's kind of why it frustrates me, is it's like people are literally getting what they asked for in today's update. You know, and you're going to have some of the same people get annoyed with it. It's like they could have come out in a more clear way and said, hey, we've reintroduced water injection. Or, hey, we're now going by steam pressure, which makes steam more realistic, which is going to make it more intuitive. This will allow you to re-inject water into your system. You know, something like that. Because that appears to me what they did was let you inject the water back in, because it's no longer, it used to be on volume. It's no longer on volume. It's on pressure. And so by being able to increase the amount of steam that's being produced, you can therefore increase the pressure. And the way you can increase the steam being produced is adding water. Adding water is going to decrease the temperature. So by increasing the temperature of your furnace, you can now make more steam to cover the shock of adding cold water. So hopefully that makes some sort of sense. So notice now our water is going down pretty damn slow. Let's see what we can do here. Missed these two. There we go. All right, we're at 8 and climbing. So we're at 1400. We stabilized around 13 because we ran out of water. Let's see if we can beat those numbers. Eventually, we might saturate with water and just, we might need a second boiler. That was, you know, something I talked about earlier. Eventually, we are going to need a second boiler. It's like, yeah, I can make a ton of hot water in this pot, but eventually, that pot only holds a gallon of water. And no matter what you do, that's only going to hold a gallon of water, period. So if you notice right now, last time we were at 0.1 or 0.01 actually. I think we went down to, we're stuck at 0.15, which means we have a positive water value in our boiler. If we look at this, this is all reserve water. So we have 274 liters of reserve water. So likely this tank is bigger than this one boiler needs, and so likely to get more power, we'd probably start walking into a second boiler at this point. That would be my assumption. Let's see, power-wise, we're at 12 and change. So I probably, let's see what our temp is at. We're at 149. So likely what we probably want to do, there's 150. I have it set for 150. So let's see, now that we're actually up on temp, let's see, are we making more power? We're about, I think we're stabilized now. Yes, we're about stabilized. So we're probably, at this point, we're probably looking at putting another boiler in, I would say, to get more power. So that would be my thought at this point, is we're probably looking at another boiler. That's what I'm thinking. Another boiler is what we'll be looking at now to get more power. You want more power now, you're going to need another boiler. What's the RPS on this sucker, too? 1.3. We're pretty good on RPS, too. The pistons are still moving pretty damn fast. This is a, what is it, 27.3. That's a 60, 81. This is a 81 gear ratio on this. So this is a 1 to 81 gear ratio. So that's a really high gear ratio on this. We might even be able to play with gearing to get more power out of this. Because I think our torque, we're still, like you can see, the pistons have not slowed down much at all. So we could probably even suck more torque out of this. Yeah, so we're at 2 PSI. So I think they still capped us at 2.5 pressure, right? So that's definitely going to require you to get another boiler. Because once you hit 2.5 atmospheres of pressure, you're not going to be able to go any higher than that, which is fine. Like, look right now, we're at 2.13. So we could probably, if I up the temperature, let's say, if I up the temperature, let's go 170 on this, see if I can't cook this up even hotter. Because what's happening now is, notice, we're leveled off at a fluid volume of 0.15, and this is not letting any more water in. The water is stable, so what's happening is the water's coming from the condenser in here. If we increase this, I might be able to get that fluid volume down and let us take in more water. So we'll try that. But we're right now we're at 2.13. Once we hit 2.5, you're pretty much guaranteed you need another boiler to make more power. So let's watch your numbers here. 12. The other thing you need to be careful of is watch your condenser. Look at the temperature on my condenser. Because I increased the temperature of the electric, the electric furnace has increased its temperature because I've asked the boiler to go to a hotter temperature of 150. The ambient here was 31 degrees. We're at 60 degrees now. Look at the condenser, we're at 81 degrees. I can only go up on the condenser another 20 degrees before we stop making water. So we can only go another 20 degrees on this condenser before we can't go up anymore. So let's go to 170. That's probably the most we'd be able to do. Let's see if we can get more power out of by cranking this temp. Let's go 165 because I don't want the condenser to shut off. So 165. Actually, you know what? That actually wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But let's do this. The other thing we could do is, I've got an idea too. One thing we might be able to do that could actually be beneficial, right? The whole point of a condenser is to cool the water, right? So what we do is put a relief tank. So the steam would come one-way valve through here. It would go into the water tank. I don't know if how it's going to behave like that, though. I was going to say put it on this side of the condenser. And what would happen is it would help the steam cool down to go into the condenser. Because the water would act as a heat transfer, but we'll see. That's another thought too. So I got a lot of things I want to test, but this I think is a good update. You know, you could see with the numbers. The numbers don't lie. I was at 1,000 SWatts. I'm now up to between 1200 and 1400 with literally just adding a water tank has got me up to that. I don't need the pump. The pump's not doing any value for me. The pump's not helping. The one-way valve's not really doing anything. Between temperature, increasing the temperature on the boiler, and the reason I could increase the temperature on the boiler is because I have more water to boil. So this is exactly what people have been asking for. People have been complaining about this all week, last 2 weeks, and they gave us what people have been asking for. So I think it's a good update. All right, let's see. Temp is pretty good. Pressure is coming up. Let's let the pressure climb before I go do the gears. Let's see. I want to see where this pressure maxes out at, because it was before we were at 2.1 and change, 2.17, I think, 1.3, something like that. All right, there. So we're about the same. We're about the same there. Let's go ahead and gear this up. All right. So I'm shocking the system here, so something's... Okay, so look at the fluid volume. I bonked the fluid volume by doing that. So the temperature's too high now. It's not... It's flash steaming, and then it is not recovering. So let's see what we're up to here. What are you doing? It's not taking any water in there now. It's starting to slowly recover, I think. What's the temperature on this? Ambient 64. Okay. So I think we're running too hot of a temp again. So let's try something else. Let's go like this. Let's grab you. Let's cut you down. Let's do gravity there. Let's go. We were a little bit low on that there. Let's try a 140. See where we're at here. So I don't want to run the temps too high. Let's run this. See how we're working here. I'll read some of this chat here. Gotta wait for this to get up, but this is the kind of testing I like doing. Yeah, citrus there usually is. I have 2 large boilers running, 6 pistons and 2 banks of 3 that run a prop, and the steam goes from the pistons to turbine, which runs a large generator. Yeah, that's the thing, pin throttle. It's it isn't complicated, but people let's put it this way. All right, I don't want to be too negative, but it is easier to complain than to learn the system. Let's put it that way. And there is a contingent of people who don't like to test. They don't like to learn how things work. They just want something that works. And I understand that. That's fine. But that doesn't make them right. Doesn't make their complaints legitimate. Let's put it that way. Like, there are legitimate complaints, absolutely 100%. But there are also complaints that are not all that legitimate. And... you know, I will say this about the devs is if they would say, hey, you know, for the last 2 weeks we've been seeing people wanting water injection. Today we have added this capability because now steam works off of pressure, not on fluid volume. You'll be able to inject steam again. By saying it that way, it would shut some of these people up, I think. You know, and sometimes that's beneficial to do. You know, it's literally, what have I been running this for? I don't know how many hours. Let's say I've been running this test for an hour. And really, I came to a perfectly working solution within the first 10 minutes of adding water. You know, and that fixed it. Look at our pressure. 2.5, baby. That's max pressure right there. 2.5 is max pressure. I shocked the system again. Let's unshock it. We're jammed up here. So pressure's at 2.5. Let's see if I can get this to recover. Alright, so I shocked this system up really hard. So look at the pressure's capped out now. Trying to understand what's going on with this. Temp's dropping, which makes sense. We're cooling. What's the boiler temp? I didn't shock cool the boiler. Boiler's still at 140. What are you at? You're at 322. Okay. Cooling water, steam. So we got steam in there. It's like it's clogged up. You know, I could be over shocking it now, too. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if when it hits the hard limit, it's having problems, too. But let's go. What did I have this on before? What did I have? 120. Let's run this number. Let's run this now. The other thing, too, is I could increase the temperature of the furnaces, but I'm trying to avoid that at the moment. But I'll definitely play with this, you know, do a bunch of testing when I can. Like I said, I got to do the challenge, and then I got some other stuff this weekend, so I'll be able to get to it. But, like, I could do in, like, 5 minutes of stick a water tank on your boiler and be quiet. Essentially, I could do a quick video like that. But, you know. You know, and that's the thing, is just look at the numbers, see what it's doing, test. You know, a lot of people, they just don't, they don't want to test, they don't understand some of the physics of it. And yes, things are different in game than they are in real life, but a lot of people don't know how these things work in real life, too. So it's like, you know, even if it was, you know, if it was 100% perfect, realistic to real life, watch, even fewer people would be able to understand the stuff. And that's, they do simplify a lot of the stuff overall. I gotta stop shocking it too. I'm shocking the system too fast I'm clicking all those gearboxes over at once. I need to do it slower. But that's part of it too. So 0.7. No, but it's going even earlier on pressure. Okay. Like the other thing I haven't been checking is what is this reading for me? See, I haven't been checking these either on seeing what they're doing on steam in and out. That would tell me if I'm getting a clog. All right, so we're running pretty well now. Notice our fluid is very high now with the temperature low. Now let's see where we're at here. This is currently running at 13. Let's click a box on. There should be quite a bit there. Click another box on. Let's click another box on. I'm not going to shock it like I've been doing. All right, look at that. We're going to hit 14. And we're going to exceed 14. We're still climbing. We hit 5s. We hit 6. We're capped out at 6 now. So 14, 6 about is where we're capped out at now. The other thing to watch is watch your pistons. Your pistons do not have... What are we doing here? This is the same thing from my gearing tutorials, is we're converting torque power into RPS. As we trade torque for RPS, we're giving away power to our engine. And so what's happening is, essentially what we're doing is we're passing the torque from here to here. And so the reason why these pistons stop is we've given all this torque to here. And then there's no torque to keep them turning. And it's the same thing with a diesel engine, right? Or diesel or gasoline. Eventually, you're going to the point where you don't have enough power for compression, and the engine stalls. That's what happens, is the engine doesn't have enough power for compression, stalls. And so what was happening in my steam pistons, they were stalling. We didn't have enough power to keep themselves moving because we gave it all to the generator. And so you got to be careful with some of that, too. So like so we're at 1460. What have I done here? This is back to stock levels. This is back to 120, which is from the tutorial. What have I done here? This is irrelevant. I'd put a one-way on here just so you don't have water coming backwards. But pretty much all I've done is put a water tank on here. This is at 318 liters. This starts at 600 and change. Now notice it's going up. This is acting as a reservoir. So by acting as a reservoir, what this is doing is as water comes out of the condenser, it's going either in here or in here. This is like a buffer tank. This is buffering the water through your system. So notice volume goes down when it needs water. Volume goes back up when it doesn't need water. So it's acting as a buffer tank. There's it buffering up. The steam boiler does not need water. It goes up. Comes from the condenser. It goes up. All right. Now, when the steam boiler needs water, it buffers in, and it gives it some water. Do we need that big of a tank? No. It's currently using about 300 liters, so we could probably use what's a medium? Does a medium have 300 liters? And I can't remember. So look at our fluid volume. We're holding on to 150 liters. So likely, this is at 300. This is at 150. That's 450. So we could probably add an extra 450 to this and run perfectly in stasis. And let's see where we're at here. We're still at 1460. Now, I said this was the same as the tutorial except for that water tank, and that's true. That only had 3 gearboxes on it. So these first 3 gearboxes are from the tutorial. I have not activated the 4th one. So this is essentially the tutorial part 4, and all I've added is a water tank on there. And we're now making nearly 50% more power. Probably not quite that. Maybe 40% more power by adding a water tank. So this is in no way, shape, or form broken, like Citrus was saying. You know, people crying about Steam. You know, man, all they need to do is stick is a little bit of a water on there, man. It's not hard. I will do a tutorial. I understand. Oh, Tripper's here. Tripper's the Steam guy. Let's. I'll walk you through, Tripper. How's it going there, TIJ? If you time the injectors, you can get a lot of pressure. Okay. Yes. Yeah, if I had a flywheel, I'd drop the shock. I'm trying to keep this as the stock from the tutorial. Like somebody put a comment on the tutorial, piston timing is important. I said piston timing didn't matter. And I meant it for the tutorial I did. The tutorial I did was running a generator. So, like, look at this generator. That is, piston timing's off a little bit. Notice a little bit of a, like, we're getting a couple S-watt difference there. It's like, we're running about 5.8, if I can see the numbers right, to 6.2. That's kind of what I'm thinking, maybe 6.3. So that is shock off these not being perfectly set up. You know, and they thought I meant for everything. No, I don't mean for everything. I mean for this power generation, it doesn't matter. The amount of differential in an electric generation system is minimal. If you had a propeller, yeah, you'd want to get your timing better because you don't want the propeller to surge and wane. You want it to be consistent. But like for this setup, you're good. So let's see. Yeah, the flywheel will keep the shock. I'm just trying to keep the same. So Tripper, what we figured out today is by adding a water tank, we're now able to we're able to add water tanks again. We're able to get the steam, the fluid volumes up. It's running off pressure now, which is not really a big change. But by adding a water tank to the system we had before, I'm able to go up about 40% power. I'm gonna shock this really quickly, see what happens. Not much. Didn't really do anything. It's carrying enough torque. It's really not doing anything. So, like, I'm not really shocking it. Did it even flip? Let me see. Yeah, so that's not shocking it. We're about at stasis here. We're pretty good. Yeah, so this system's running really well. You know, no problems here. We could probably tweak the numbers. Like, if I really want to do a bunch of testing, what I would do is I'd put a keypad here, and I would have my desired boiler temperature, and I'd go up by like 5 degrees at a time, and I'd start to window it, and I would say, okay, I went up, and it increased my S-watts. I went down, it decreased my S-watts, you know, and it would just run like something like that. So I'm going to quickly save this. We'll do that for one quick test, and I'll probably jump off here. Let's go ahead and save this again. So I'll do a tutorial 5 at some point. I've got the I do have the challenge coming up. Came up. Oh, Mr. G's here. Let me see. I just got all the messages from Mr. G. I'm just going to answer Mr. G here real quick. That was one of the prizes for winning the last challenge, was for me to use it in Career Build Series. And so... I'm just answering him. All right, good. So let's add that functionality in here. So I want to try to get a little bit. I'm going to do a bunch of testing on this because, I don't want something to, I want to try to work out the minutia of everything on there as best as I can. I'm not going to spend a million years on it, but because I think it's important. That way you can kind of answer the questions. And then, like, one thing that is important, I think, is to actually have some level of almost like documentation where I, like, before the pressure update came out, I did a pump tutorial. And the whole reason I did the pump tutorial the week before it came out was partly it was showing how it used to work, so you can see the differences, All right, so we're at 120 last time. I'm going to run 120. I'm going to do minor changes here. So we're going to go 120. I'm going to start her up. The current challenge is... Oh, the challenge... That was for Mr. G. That was the last one, the VTOL. So his VTOL got used today. Okay, I did get the mic in time. I sneezed. I was trying not to sneeze on the mic. So, like, I've kind of got some basis. This makes sense. What was happening before was you could not inject water into the boiler, and you were getting to the point where you have 175 liters of volume of fluid volume. Tripper, what is it? 60 times steam expands. So if you were like 175 times 60, 10,500 liters of steam, you could say you would get. Theoretically, if you could double that, right, you now have 21,000 liters of steam in there. By increasing the volume of steam and still compressing it into the same piping system, you're therefore increasing pressure. By increasing pressure, with the way they change this, you should theoretically be able to increase power. So that's kind of the theory behind it. And so by increasing the water we can bring in, we should be able to increase the steam volume, and then we should be able to compress it through the piping, which should increase the pressure. So kind of some basic physics on that, which makes sense. How it's going to apply, I got to work on. But all right, so we want to do the first three is all we'll do. All right. So let's let this cap out, and then what I'm going to do is, this is a lot of power. Like, some people, because they don't run really efficient systems, are having to use insane amounts of power, but that's a lot of SWATs, man. That submarine uses 360 is all it needs to pretty much run indefinitely. That submarine never runs out of battery power by doing that. So you start running into something like this. Like, this could easily, you could fit 2 of these in Triton. You could fit 5 of these in Triton, for Christ's sake. But this is getting into the power generation you'd need for Triton. Probably a little bit more to keep Triton running perfectly. So I'd say like 3 of these systems, you could get Triton to do everything it needs to do. So like space-wise, this is still really, really great on space. This is really great on space. I'm trying to let this stabilize. Yeah, I'm just answering a Mr. G thing. All right, let's see. Where are we at here? 1460. So we're stabilized. That's where we were last time. Again, the number is the same, 120. So what we're going to do is do a bracketing here. We're going to go up to 130. We'll do 10s. Let's knock that up 130, see what it does. So I've increased the temperature. And I don't really care about what's happening on the left right now. I care about this. So, not much change there. So we're probably getting, let's see where we're at here. So notice our fluid volume is going down. Our steam pressure is increasing. We're running out of water. Let's see, what's this doing here? Are we taking in water? We are taking in water. So we're trying to recover. Likely, we're going to be cooling our system right off. We're still running all right, though. System hasn't made much of a change there. The water still coming in. Still streaming water. And so eventually we're going to get to the point where we're probably pretty damn close where the boiler is going to, we're going to need, if we want more power, like look at our pressure. We just capped out on pressure. We're at 2.48. 2.5 is max pressure, so we're right on the cusp of that. So likely we're pressured out on that. So I would say at this point, we could probably say we would need a second boiler to take full advantage of this setup. So we're at 130. Okay. You know, it doesn't matter too much with this electrical setup, but like running a lower temp is going to save you fuel if you had, say, you're running a diesel furnace. You're going to be burning less diesel. So that's another factor to consider is, you know, can I increase my... All right, so let's see. Fluid volume, it looks like it went... I can't tell. We went down on pressure, which makes sense. Fluid volume went up. So we're storing a little water now as the temperature goes down. That makes sense. Pressure should drop a little bit. All right, let's see where we're at. This should probably still be the same. Actually, we went up a little bit. Nice. So we're up a hair. Let's go ahead and let's dump this down to 110. We can't go too low. Let's go 110. We're eventually going to get so we're not going to make steam anymore. But we're currently at 120. You notice temperature's falling off. Pressure is also dropping. Fluid volume is coming into storage now. You notice we're storing fluid volume, which makes sense, right? We're dropping the temperature. We're not able to make as much steam because the temperature's dropping. All right, so we're now up to 1530. So like this is how I would recommend people do it. Do a little bracketing here. You'll notice goes up, goes down. You can get it pretty well dialed in. All right, so there's 1530. We're still 1530. We're currently running at 117 degrees. The fluid volume is building, which makes sense, right? We're dropped the temp, so we can't make steam as fast. Pressure's dropping. Water's coming back into storage. Steam is dropping, right? Because we dropped the temperature, we're not making steam as fast. Got to watch that temp, though. You see it just it's kicking down. We can't go under 100. There we go. We're starting to drop temp. Dropping temp. Let's see. There we go. We're dropping. Okay, so that's telling us that, yep, temperature's too low now. Let's go 115. We'll start heating back up. Here comes some heat. Water volume is dropping. Fluid volume, rather, which is water in this case. Pressure's coming up. Makes sense, right? We're heating it up again. So it makes sense, you know. 4 boilers, 1 triple expansion, nice. Steam power VTOL. All right, let's look. Everybody's drooling over my airplane that I posted from the Career Build Series live there on Reddit. All right, we're at 12. All right, we're still in storage mode pretty much. We're still storing water. Let's go back to 120. See if we can get this. So we want to get some of that water out of storage and get the pressure up. Start pressurizing. So there's 120. So we expect a little bit of a jump in power. We got it. We're at 12. We're up to 13 now. So likely my thought process now would be the bracket between 120 and 130 is where we want to live with this particular setup. So I'm trying. It's trying to go over 1400 right now. There it goes. It's coming up over 1400. I just want to stabilize. All right, we're probably pretty stable here. There's so much water sitting in this boiler too. We're gonna get these thermal shocks, where it takes a little bit of time for it to change because we have to heat all that water back up. So, but it's not bad. Let's go to. All right, so we did 130, 120. Let's do 125. So I'm thinking we're living somewhere in the bracket between 130, 125. Bingo, look at that jump. We're up now around 1460 again. So that's making sense. All right, we are losing fluid volume, increasing pressure. So likely, you know, what's probably going to be good is if we can get this pegged around the 2.5 mark on pressure, that's our cap anyway, you know, and it makes sense. By keeping it kind of close to the cap, we're probably pretty good. How cold is your condenser? It's reasonably warm. It is sending cold water into the boiler, but we're running at 80 degrees right now. Right at about 80 degrees. You know, so that's helping as well, because if we're not getting a high volume out of the condenser, like let's look at our condenser output. Condenser output's coming out fine. Condenser's output is 106. So having a little storage tank is taking care of any shocks in the system on the water input output. Because before what was happening is I was essentially sending water back. You know, I'm just going to answer Mr. G again. All right, let's look at it now. So we're at 2.48, so we're pretty much capped, I would say. Yep, so we're capped out. We're about 14. I'm looking at, what are we there? We're around 60, almost 70. I think it hits like 14.69, somewhere there. It's high. It's either high 5s, high 6s in there, so that's pretty damn good. I would say the next stage, to get any more power out of this, we're probably looking at an extra boiler, I'd say, at this point. Because adding water is not going to do anything. We're storing well, so we're storing, which is good. We have plenty of storage. It's working as a buffer tank. It will go up, it will go down. It will go up, it will go down. So we always have a ready supply of water. One thing we potentially... I wish I could read the temperature inside this tank, because likely this sucker is putting out... The temperature here is at 170 degrees, so likely this is probably reasonably warm. If we look at this right here, we're at 40-ish degrees Celsius right there. So we're probably, this water is probably, let's say this water is like 30 degrees Celsius. You know, I probably safely assume it's at 30 degrees Celsius. So we're not really shocking it too bad with cold water, so there's really no point in trying to preheat the water, I don't think. If we could preheat the water, we'd make it even easier, but, oh, there's 15 right there. So nice, we built a little bit there. So like this right here, 125, 120, we're running 1500 pretty reliably. We're at 2.48, so we're capped. We can't go any higher on pressure, so we'd have to introduce another boiler. We have plenty of capability on our electric furnace. If you look here, you know, the furnace clicks on and off. So we have plenty of capacity out of our furnace we could definitely run another boiler out of this one furnace and be perfectly fine. So we could run 2 boilers out of 1 furnace, and we probably get this up even higher, I think. So, not a big deal, but this is, you know, I just wanted to show that, you know, after today's update, things aren't borked because, as you can imagine, you know, probably everybody and their brother on, you know, like Citrus has been delving into the dark den of dreary misery, and people essentially probably saying that devs did it again. They broke the game. They did, you know. Steam's working pretty damn well as far as I'm concerned. I literally added a tank. This is all stock from the tutorial. Gearboxes are stock. The temperature, we ran 120, 125. It's the same as from my tutorial. And I added a water tank. A grand total of a water tank. We don't even need the one-way valve. I just did it so we don't get any backflow problems. But literally a tank and a one-way valve, and we now have, we're making literally 50% more power. We're now at 50% more power. So you'll see people, I bet, within the next couple days saying how the devs broke steam pistons. And, you know, you can either point them to the tutorial to come, or you can tell them, just add a water tank, man, and stop freaking out. But people's first, you know, some people's first instinct is to freak out instead of just doing a little bit of testing. Yeah, cooling down that condenser. Yeah, if I push the condenser back here, currently that's, what are we at, 30? Let's check the condenser temperature. That's why I have temperature probes everywhere, is for that. Yeah, we're running an extra 20 degrees here than I am right here. Yeah, we're 20 degrees up over here. So if I move the condenser literally to here, we'd probably be able to get that down quite a bit. You know, if I moved it, or do I have a temperature probe here? I don't. Probably, I would say here is probably 20. Ambient temperature down here in the arid biome is 29. So I would say we're not going to get any colder than it's sitting right here. So like if I put this condenser here, we could probably get the temp even lower. If I put a 5x5 radiator on there, we could probably get that even lower. So I'm going to do some more testing. I'll do a bunch of that stuff when I have time. But again, you're going to hear a bunch of people say the devs broke Steam again, and they didn't. They improved it. I've got a 50% increase in my Steam power by today's update, which people have been asking for the last 2 weeks. So people will try to paint this as a negative, and that they why don't they just listen to the community? They did. Again, you just need to take a little time and test it out, or watch a tutorial. I'll try to keep it short on the tutorial. But yeah. Let's read. Citrus has been checking the dark den for me. Let me see. Check up on Tripper here. Yeah, so I'll try running that cold. Like, there are a bunch of things I could do to get this colder. One of the reasons why I ran a 3x3 radiator in here is I don't like running at max cooling, because it gives you no ceiling. I've actually, if I did an air liquid heat exchanger, I could get this down lower. If I move this to here, I could get this lower. If I put a 5x5 on there, I could get this lower. So the likelihood that I can get this even to run even colder is quite high. So I'll go through all that in, you know, I was trying to save some stuff for further tutorials, so I think we're there now. I'll probably do that. I'll probably move this condenser here. I'll put a 5x5 on here just because people are going to hate my system. I'll show you my other system that actually runs cooler. And so you could run this condenser here with a 5x5, and I bet you could boost that without adding another boiler. I'm going to try to play with adding another boiler during my testing, and we'll see how high we can get this running with one furnace. But yeah, they definitely didn't break Steam today. You're going to hear that. They didn't. One thing, you could replace your timing valves with pumps. That will give you some power. Yeah. I'm trying to do it simple, and then, you know, I can step up from there. Exactly what people says. Who wouldn't be a Stormworks update with the devs breaking the game? They did it again. Everything is broken. Yeah. Oh, yep. So I'll try to get that out. It's not going to get out today, definitely, because it's we have what do we got? 4 hours? No, 5 hours. A little less than 5 hours till the challenge is due, and I'm gonna download the builds and probably start on that tonight. So, but yeah, it's running really well. But you'll hear that. I don't know. That's the main message I would impress to people is you see people keep saying the devs broke the game, and I keep it. What kills me is you'll have people who just they'll listen to these other people, and like there are literally people who stop playing the game because they're waiting for the game to get fixed, and you have all these people who don't know anything about it out there on Reddit and Steam yelling the game is broken, so people don't come in back and play because they don't think they're going to have any fun because the game is quote-unquote broken. And as you can see, I've been playing nonstop, no problems, everything works. Might need to do a little tweak here and there, but literally I added a water tank, and if my Steam system stopped running, I added a water tank and it worked again. You know, not the end of the world. But, Yep, thanks, Tripper. Yep. Yeah, like Tripper said, his Steam engine didn't even notice the last update, you know. Again, this is the problem I see a lot is, and it makes sense, this is a complicated game because it is an engineering game. And if you don't engineer things correctly, they don't work. There are a lot of games out there. I've never played some of these, but I assume, like, I know I've played Space Engineers. There are games like, probably like Brick Rigs. I've never played it, but there are a bunch of simple games that they cheat for you. You know, they just make it so you plug it in and it works, and that's fine. A lot of people want that. They don't care about engineering. They don't care about learning these things. They just want to drive around a car, and that's fine. But that is not what this game is. This is an engineering game. The point of this game is for you to design your own systems. And frankly, if that's not for you, then the game might not be for you. And that's one reason I do tutorials. So you don't have to learn this on your own. You can just follow it. But you'll get people who are happy to buy a game they didn't really research, and then the first thing they'll do is go complain, and they'll also try to change the game from what it was supposed to be because they didn't learn what it was. And it's like you'll see people asking for the game to be simpler and things like this, and it's like, no, this is the diamond in the rough. It's the one game that's more complicated. There are plenty of simple games out there if you want them. You know, it's frankly, go play those if that's not the game, if this isn't the game for you. You know, but this is working really well. I'm happy with this. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to save this. All right, so this will essentially be my example. I'll go through the tutorial. I'll see if I can bang it out at some point quickly. Let's read some chat. Yeah, but, you know, like I said, I'm getting 50% more power than I had yesterday. You know, and you... dare I go in there and listen to this nonsense? I don't know if I should... I'm just typing. I'm just talking to Mr. G here. His build was featured in the video in the stream. English language, me speak, in the stream today. So I just wanted to, you know, let him know. What was I doing here? Yeah. So it's like this is running really, really well now. You know, so you're gonna see the complaints. And I think a lot of them are not all that valid. You know, it's just, again, people get frustrated. They don't know what you don't know. And when your thing that worked yesterday doesn't work today, I absolutely can understand that it's frustrating. I get it. But, again, you know, I've talked about it before on these live streams. You need to take some ownership of your own knowledge. You need to take some ownership of your own building ability. And you need to take some ownership of learning these things yourself. And, you know, that could mean watching a tutorial. That could be asking for help or whatever. The first thing to do is not to go and just, like, cry and complain online. It's you know, you literally see people sitting in there all day doing this stuff. It's like you could instead go and played the game for 20 minutes and learned how to fix it and moved on with your day. And instead they won't do that, you know. Let me see if, what do we have in here? That was a good one. I like that one. literally, one of my favorite games. That was a good one. They said stop complaining and literally just be happy they keep updating the game. It's not in here. Let's see, VTOL. This is one of my favorite games. It's my favorite VR game, VTOL VR. All right, great game. I really like the developer. It was a person who used to do mods for Kerbal. Right, awesome stuff. They pretty much built this game by themselves with like one other person. Awesome game, right? Let's check the updates. It's a fantastic game. It's very well rated. Let's see where we're at here on there. Stop playing videos. Overwhelmingly positive, right? It's been out since 2017. Fantastic game. New DLC that people are excited about. They're reasonably priced. Awesome game. But let's look at the updates. December 5th, November 17th, so about a month. September 14th, all right, a few months. September 7th, August, right? So the updates are months and months apart, right? They did a small update on May 9th, May 8th, April 2nd, March, a couple more in March because he was putting this out. January, so January to March. So some of these gaps are like 3 months. Okay, fantastic game, but this goes directly into that comment I was just talking about. Is like you come here to Stormworks, and again, while not perfect, we are literally getting weekly updates. They're not always the most exciting thing, but we are literally getting weekly updates. And there are many, they could have stopped updating it. They could go to a 3-month update, and some people think that would be a great idea. Wouldn't. You need some small updates, but these are weekly updates. This is the updates for Stormworks every week. And this is like a 4-person dev team, and they're updating this game every week. And we see this constant complaint. It's like, dude, what do you want? You want them to just like abandon the game? You want them to like not even care anymore? It's like they're working on this every friggin' week, man, It's not the most exciting stuff all the time, but we're getting fixes, and they're listening to the community. And again, I guarantee you'll get people in here, like right here. Can you guys stop fucking up your game every update? How do they fuck up the game? I really want to know. I just played. I've been on streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Did anything not work that worked previously? No. So how did they fuck up their game, this update? I really don't know. I would love to know what this person means. And somebody thought it was worth giving them an award for that. I don't get it, man. I really don't. I just don't get it. Modular engine sounds are now broken. I don't know if that... I don't know. I didn't run into that. So. Yeah, see, like this whiner here is, let's see, updating and destroying. What did they destroy? Nothing. They made the game. They added features to the game that you might have had to learn a couple extra things in an engineering game. The whole purpose of which is for you to learn how to engineer stuff and engineer your builds. Hold them accountable for what? Yeah, they screwed the launch up, absolutely. And they spent every friggin' week. They spent literally every day for a month updating. They worked every weekend for a month fixing it. So if no matter what you do, you get a slap. Then why try at that point? That's when you give up. Is you need your cookie when you do something good, and you need your slap when you do something bad. And you have some people who will slap them no matter what they do. Like literally, today's update was giving people what they asked for, the ability to re-inject water, and they got that. And you got people complaining because they can't take the 20 minutes it took to figure it out, A rope update, lol. Okay, let's see. Rope update, right? We just got ropes today. That was it. That's all we got today was ropes. We didn't get any of the Christmas stuff, which I don't really care about. But the big one today was steam based of power and steam pressure instead of volume. We can inject water in there, But again, a person who I guarantee you they didn't even boot the game up today. They just came on to bitch, Okay, let's read this one. Steam engines are broken. Guys have been watching for the last 4 hours. Did it look like those, or the last hour at least, did it look like my steam engine was broken? Anybody? Does that look like my steam engine was broken? Nope. Looked like it was working pretty well to me. Seeing I got 50% more power. I don't know how that is broken. Modular engines are broken. Let's see. How many vehicles did I operate today? I operated my submarine. That has a modular engine. That worked. Okay. I operated Mr. G's VTOL. That has modular engines. That worked. It was a door problem. He already fixed it, It was an issue where the pivot was turning too much, and he decreased the pivot, and it doesn't do it anymore. But the engine's working fine. I operated Chickadee, which has module engines. Worked fine. Nothing wrong with module engines there. I don't use simple engines, so whatever. So, let's see. With the correct assembly, let's see. With the correct assembly, they explode. If you try modular diesel engines, good luck figuring it out without microcontrollers. That's the point of the game, dude. The point of the game with a modular engine is for you to use a microcontroller. If you don't want to use a microcontroller, use a simple engine. That's the point, man. If you do, they're the worst things ever to make passively functional. Okay, go watch one of my tutorials, man. I put out tutorials all the time. You can learn how to make these engines. They are more than functional. Every single one of my engines has worked all through the pressure update. All you have to do is watch the tutorial. It's on YouTube. Go watch it. Steam engines. Okay, I have tutorials I put out all week. They work. I say good luck for modular diesels. Work fine to me. Steam. I just did a whole Steam tutorial, man. Works fine for me. Since it produces less power. I just showed you that the pistons are making the steam turbines made the same power they made before today's update, and the pistons, with adding one added in water tank, that's it, now make 50% more power. So they don't produce less power. Okay, doesn't work half the time. Also explodes and nope, mine don't explode. I've never tried jet engines. Okay, so good, we won't. And you're terrified to see how they don't work. Every one of my jet engines works, so I don't know what your problem is with that. We should need a PID. Okay, dude, this is just not the game for you. You have no interest in learning how any of this works. And this game is all about learning how these things work. If you don't want to learn how any of these things work for you, it is not the game for you. So go play a different game. And I don't mean that in a negative way. You know, there are plenty of games that are not for me, but I don't go crying in their thing all day about how the game is broken, the game is broken. No, it's not broken. It's not the game for you. You don't want to learn how any of these things work, and then you complain that you can't get them working because you didn't bother learning how any of this works. And that's the whole reason why I put out tutorials. I don't make much money on any of this stuff. It's not about the money. I want people to learn how to use these things so they can enjoy the game. You know, dude, literally go watch one of my modular engine videos and your engine will work. Go watch my Steam videos and your Steam will work. You know, go watch my jet engine tutorial and your jet engine will work. That tutorial's over a year old and it still works. Fine. I literally put in a p-value of 1. That's it. I put in a p-value of 1 in the PID and it works. It's like, I love this too. It's here. Let's see. Here we go. It's supposed to be a game, not an engineering degree test made by Harvard. Okay, so it is a game. Okay, and you don't need an engineering degree by Harvard. I don't have one, and I can play fine. You know. Okay, regular people play this game too. If you don't want to learn how to engineer in an engineering game, that's fine. Go up here, click on the workshop, and take somebody else's hard work that they've freely given you at no cost to you, and you can download it, and you don't have to learn anything, dude. That's what I don't get, man. Why, you know? And I think this person has the well-deserved clown on there. A rope update, lol. I already addressed that one. Not that I would want to use it, but right here. I'd love to see someone come up with an actual use scenario where the end effector would somehow be useful to disconnect a rope. The only thing I would think about using is how they would use it IRL. Is often on tugboats, they will have a cutter on the cable. And so let's say that you're in a storm and your barge is going to drag you down to Davy Jones' locker. You'd turn on the hydraulic cutter and you cut your cable so that the barge doesn't drag you down. That would be the thought I would have, is you have a rope, it's hooked to that. The other one is, that would make sense to me as a thing. Again, here we go. We're talking about ourselves as if we're other people. They have a right to complain. Every update is something that nobody will ever use, and yet the game is broken and multiplayer is possible to play. Every update is something nobody will ever use. Oh, really? How many people are making air brakes? How many people are making submarines now that weren't making submarines before? You know, all the people who are making space stuff. You know, all that stuff is new stuff that people are loving and using. The game is not broken. You just don't know how to play it. And multiplayer is impossible to play. I don't know. Citrus, did we play multiplayer together? Did it work? We used to do the Workbench podcast every week. There'd be 5 or 6 of us all over the country and the world playing, and we would have some lag here and there, but we were playing pretty well. You know, mainly because the host had a reasonable computer and we all had reasonable internet. So, as you can see, this is the caliber of this stuff in here, and I just hope that the people who are, you know, I just hope new players are not looking at this as though this is representative of the game. You know, if I tend to steer new players away from Reddit and away from Steam because it's just useless, and I steer them to the Discords because it's like you got people here participating in a competition, having a good time, making some stuff. You have constant new builds and all sorts of cool stuff people are building. You know, you go in the official. If you really struggle and you don't know any other one, go in the official and look. All these people in a game that doesn't even work. Oh my god, look at all this game that doesn't even work. You know, we're doing a good long rant on this one, but I think it's deserved. You know, some of these people are frankly pathetic in their opinions on this. You know? Like, look. All these people are playing this poor game that doesn't even work. Can't make anything in this game. Nothing works. You know, if those people that are complaining like that would just spend half that time going out and learning how to build something, I think they might learn something, and they might actually have a build they could use in the game. So we'll kind of keep our rant to that at this point. But yeah, you see why it frustrates me is it's just like it's hilarious because you have people who play this game every day and play it well and are able to make amazing creations, and then you have people who think that the game is completely unplayable. And I would just say, look in the mirror, man. Is if some people are playing the game as completely playable and some people are not, how are they playing the game and how are they making these things? You know, I keep hearing people, oh, airplanes are impossible to make in game. Oh, really? You know, boats are impossible to make float right. Really? You know, it's just people are using that as an excuse so they don't have to learn it. And you know, I'm doing my part. I'm making tutorials, but that's my rant. I'll stop ranting. But I know I'm preaching to the choir as well because you guys all play and understand the game's working, you know. But all right, let's catch up on some chat, and we'll probably take a break. Let me see. Okay, let me see. I want to catch up. I want to make sure I'm not missing people's stuff. I was on my rant for a while, but that's why I just find it ludicrous. I really do. You know, and I don't want to throw stones either on this, but there are people who make content, which is perfectly fine content, but that is what some people think the game is. They think the game is a, you know, you can easily make a Titanic that just works, and then you go sink it, and you drive next to a Kraken and in a whirlpool. And that's fine if that's how you want to play, but that person who built the Titanic spent hundreds, if not 1,000 hours on that Titanic to make it run and work. And you get a bunch of people who think that it would take them, I don't know, 10 hours to make it. And it's like, no, dude, that's not what's going to happen. And you don't have to if you don't want to. You could just download it if you want, man. Let me see. Oh, there's Mr. G. Just wish I could figure out the economy system. I'd like to do a proper run with my tanker and utilize its whole... Yeah, the sell points need to be fixed. They do not have any sort of gas relief on there. They need to update them. That's on the bug tracker. Hopefully they fix that sometime in the near future. Generally, if I'm running a tanker and it has a large capacity, like I have one that has 150,000 liters, what I'll do is I will plug it in, I will turn damage off, and I will go to bed. And then in the morning it's fixed. Because, like, really, 150,000 liters, if you figure diesel, you're getting $3 a liter, so you're talking, you know, what's that, 450? Yeah, 450. You're getting 450 on in dollars. Like, 450 is a good haul, but you don't really need to do it that often. You know, like, I literally did a big haul once the last career build series to be able to get Triton in, you know. Yeah, like, you know, Mr. G just said that's true. Scrap Mechanic gets 1 fix per year, you know. This is a very complicated game. It's like when people are like, oh, I don't know why this game shouldn't need that much PC power. It does, man, because like, Jesus Christ, like look at Triton for Christ's sake. Like how much logic is in there? Like most games cheat. Most games, every boat operates the same. They might be a little bit different, but for the most part, they operate the same. And this game, the whole point of this game is for you to have, you can build whatever you want, however you want. It can be logical, it can be not logical, you know, and that's where people fall down, is like that dude who thought that modular engines are broken, and steam engines are broken, and this is broken, and this is broken. None of my stuff is broken, man. And it's because I built it right. And I didn't learn overnight. I took the time to learn it. You know, this thing here, I meant to keep it in the workbench, but like this thing here is, I'll probably crash the game, bring it back. Like, look at this thing. Holy shit. Like, look at this. This is the level of what's in just this ship, you know, and this isn't even like as complicated as some people's stuff. Like, look at this. You know, this is why this game requires good processing power. Is, you know, it could be optimized, absolutely better, but it's like every one of these microcontrollers, like this looks like not all that interesting. This is for my lights on my tower. This controls the lights on my tower. Something as mundane as the lights requires that much logic. I'm shocked the game runs as well as it does now. You know, let's see, what's this one? Radar. That's, didn't build that one, so. Homing radio transmitter. Homing radio transmitter. These are mine, but it's like this. This one's, I think, that one's simple. But it's like each of these microcontrollers could have an insane amount of logic in it. And because of that, like here's the autopilot. Autopilot's not bad on this ship. You know, it's like, this is why this game requires a lot of processing power. Every other game fakes it. You know, they fake their stuff so that it just runs. You know, and so they can save it locally on the PC, and it all runs the same. You know, this one, the reason why multiplayer, quote-unquote, sucks is because every person could build their stuff as optimized or unoptimized as possible. And if you get 10 people launching a vehicle like this, yeah, it's going to slow the game down. And it should slow the game down. Because it's like, how the hell is it making all those calculations? You know, I'm shocked that it does. You know. Sell jet fuel at the military base. That's what I generally do for my fuel now, is I will fly a pallet at a time. Like my pallet's 2,200 liters. You get $6 a liter for jet fuel. So I could take one pallet, you know, of 2,200, you know, and you're making 12,000 and change for one trip. You know, if I can bring a plane like, for example, Albatross, I think brings 4 pallets, you know, so right there you have $48,000 in dollars for one quick trip, one quick flight up to the military base. And that tends to be what I do for most of my money, is I'll fly up to military base. And what I actually do is I put it in the hangar. I despawn the plane, the fuel goes in the hangar, and then what I do is I have a little car. And the car has a hose on it. And you plug the hose into the pump. And then the car drives over here and it plugs it in here. And it's all keep active. So I can literally go do whatever I want. And this will just sell the fuel that's in the base. So that's kind of my #1 way I do that. But I do like doing ships, but I don't do them that often. And then I just leave them AFK. Yeah, I've never played Scrap Mechanic. It doesn't interest me, man. I played Space Engineers for a long time. I enjoyed it, but it was too simplistic. It was put a battery on thing work, yay. You know, I'm not interested in that. It drives me nuts when a gauge is not where I want it. And guess what? If a gauge is not where I want it, I can put it where I want it. You know, if my plane doesn't work exactly how I want it, I can make it work exactly how I want it. You know, my submarine I played with for hours the other night, just getting balanced perfectly. You know, I wanted to have terrain following. Guess what? I get to put it in. Every other game, nope. You get to have what they give you, and that is the beauty of this game. And it's why I get frustrated when I see people trying to turn it into another generic, super simple building game. Not interested, man. Go play that super simple building game. You know, happy for you to do that. But this is its own thing. Let it be its own thing. Funny thing is we never lost the ability to inject water in the boilers. Yeah. You know, I didn't bother playing with it myself in the tutorials yet. I hadn't got to it. You know, and so today, you know, I'll end up working on the next tutorial, but, you know, I could only, as you can see, I can't really stand going in those comments for too long. But yeah, you know, it's like you'll link a tutorial to some of those people, and I'm not watching a video that long, and you're like, I've got you dialed in right away. Is you don't want to learn any of this stuff, and that's fine, man, but it's not the game for you. And it sucks to hear that sometimes because they paid money for the game that they shouldn't have bought. And frankly, you know, a bunch of those people keep threatening to leave, and I don't mean it in a bad way. It's like, it's probably the best for them, and it's probably the best for the game. Is you don't need a bunch of negative people who don't understand what the game is about. It's like me with Starfield. Starfield is not the game for me. I refunded it twice in 2 hours. It wasn't the game for me. Does it mean it's a bad game? No. Does it mean that I should go and rant in the Starfield Steam forums every day and say how sucky Starfield is? No. What did I do? I refunded it, and I moved on with my life. You know, I wish some of those people would do that. It's like, if this game makes you that miserable, go do something else, man. Let me see. Funny thing. Steam was actually never broken. I built fully working train a week after the DLC. Please link the stream in the comments. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how many clown icons I can get from the standard people. I can control a module engine without a microcontroller, yeah. But that's kind of the thing, though, is part of the thing that makes this game special is that you can make a microcontroller and you can build it however you want. And it's like that person completely misses the purpose of this game as far as I'm concerned, you know? Yep, you know, there are plenty of people who, you know, aren't even out of high school who play this game and they build all this stuff because they're interested in it. And that's fine if you're not interested in how to build things in this game, but that is what the game is. And to then go complain that the game is what the game is, I think is silly, you know? And, you know, to go on there on a public forum and yell, the game, this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, it seems very silly to me when I literally have been playing for the last 4 hours and 40 minutes. And everything that I played with worked. You guys were watching. It's published on YouTube. They can go watch it. And they can see that module engines work, Steam engines work, all the stuff works. The common thread is that person had no interest in learning how to make any of this work. And then they want to blame somebody else, not them. They're getting into politics. Oh my God. I have thought about that. Just brutal. Yeah, I used to listen to 13 hours of politics a day, and I finally had to stop. I mean, I'm just trying to catch up where I am. You know, like, you know, Citrus saying doesn't even have a degree. Citrus builds great stuff, doesn't have a degree, able to build all this stuff. You know, Citrus is willing to sit down and, you know, learn how to do the things that he doesn't know how to do, and that's what this game is about. And some people don't want to learn anything. That's fine. But, you know, that is what's exciting to me is, oh, I didn't know how to make this work. Like, I enjoyed looking at the Steam stuff again today, and I love it. I absolutely adore it when somebody says, oh, you can't make module engines work. Oh, really? Like, my favorite was the Damon 2111. Somebody told me, oh, you can't make Azapods work in-game. Oh, please let me try. You know, and that's, I love that challenge of it. It's like when somebody says you can't do this, I can't wait to just prove them wrong because I learned something in the process. And I like learning stuff, but some people just don't. And that's, unfortunately, this isn't the game for them. And, you know, they'll often will complain instead of just realizing that and doing something else. Anything with Steam you missed? Pretty much all you need, Tanub, is I would, if you want to take my tutorial 4, just add a water tank, go an inboard to the boiler, and vary the temperature until you find it running. I'm literally getting 50% more power out of it with that simple addition. So 50% more power, you know. So it's certainly not broken. It's just, It's just not broken. Period. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. Is to answer the people's comments that the game is or Steam is broken. You know, Steam's not broken. It isn't. You know, their systems might be broken, but that doesn't mean it's a game problem. That the way they made it is broken. You know. Goldfish syndrome. Yeah. Bunch of players complain that the vehicle can't be realistic because the block and windows just make close to vehicles. You don't need to replicate it one-to-one. Yeah, it would be nice if we had more parts. Certainly more glass, more blocks. Absolutely. You know, I'd love that. That'd be great. Yeah, politics is just unhealthy generally. I used to pay attention to it. I very much don't believe in being uninformed, but you know, there's certainly a limit, you know, to how much time you can spend on that stuff. It just, you know, to a certain extent, it's designed to give you a feeling of hopelessness so that you don't want to participate and you completely take a back seat. You know, that's the problem. You know. Oh yeah, the that's pretty cool. Lake freighters, yeah, I like that. Here, I'll quickly bring it up there, Tandem. So like pretty much all like if you look at my my tutorial 4, I'll put out tutorial 5 at some point. But like let's look here. So like pretty much ooh, come on, don't crash. So pretty much this is all I did. Literally this is the exact same build. Like you can ignore this because I literally have that shut off. But literally, this is the exact build from tutorial number 4. All I did was put a pipe, a water tank, and I just put a one-way on there. You don't even need the one-way, but that literally got me 50% more power just doing that. You know, that was today's update that people think is terrible and makes it so that Steam no longer works. And oh my God, oh, I got to spend the rest of my week trying to figure this out by adding a water tank on my build. So. I get it. It's frustrating to people that they have to relearn some stuff. I get it. But, you know, if it's frustrating, you take a break, and somebody like me will put out a tutorial, and you'll realize, oh my God, I had a water tank and my shit's fixed. And they can calm down, you know? Yeah, pretty much condenser water tank boiler. You probably could, yeah, condenser water tank boiler. I wouldn't dick around with it, putting it anywhere else. That's probably the best bet. You know, I'm going to go in some more in-depth stuff. I haven't gone through all the Steam stuff, but like, Tripper was talking, you know, decrease in the condenser temp will drop the, it will condense the water out faster, you know, so put a 5x5 on there. I have a bunch of stuff I want to move on to in the tutorial series. That's why I've started going to some of these series, is going to add to them as necessary. And it also makes it so that if the devs make a huge change, I can go back in and be like, I can put a note in there. Some changes were made, go to tutorial 5 to get the fix, you know. Because it's easy when they change something, I can say on, you know, this tutorial was made on December 8th, 2023. And then you know that, okay, it's working December 8th. And that's one of the reasons why I've been saying the date is when people say that, oh, after this update, everything stopped working. Like, oh, well, this tutorial that came out the day after it works. So just do the fixes on there and your stuff will work too, you know. Yes. Yeah, that's why, for example, this system is not designed to be direct drive. That's why it has a generator on it. At some point, I will be putting a propeller on this and making it work with a ship, so the timing will be fixed. I'll be doing some other stuff. I will be going into a Steam ship in the Career Build Series Live. It's just, you know, that was like somebody was talking, they sent me a message on YouTube saying that, oh, you know, timing does matter. I know timing matters, but not for this generator. You know, this generator does not need to be timed perfectly because the whole point is you have a generator allows for slack in the system. And if you need to build it without slack, it's going to have to be a different system, you know. So, but that's where the series is going. There'll be more stuff on that. I'll eventually get to it. Yeah, you'll get surging on the propellers if you run this system in a ship. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I started with this system is It's a power generation system. It also um, it also makes it so that it has consistent load. Like I can't load up a propeller unless I dump this in the water, and I have two propellers facing all four directions essentially. So then you have four propellers. You're trying to load the system with four propellers. This is kind of more of a test bench. If watching the Steam series that goes through, it's all plugged into the same large generator, and you see that, okay, with this setup, we're making 400 S-watts. With this setup, we're making 1,500 S-watts now. Before, this was making 1,000 S-watts, and you can see very easily with this setup that Steam was broken on December 8th, 2023. It was broken in such a bad way that it went from 1,000 S-watts to 1,500 S-watts. So that's why I did it like this. It's easy to demonstrate that power went up, power went down. That's why I did it like this to start with. You haven't seen anything from Lorgs. Is Lorg still playing? I used to like to watch that. Watch his stuff. Why is there a valve in the piston? Essentially what's happening is, let me bring up my picture. Bring up my pictorial. So like this is, if I can find the picture, where the hell did the picture go? There it is. Okay. So this is essentially how these pistons would work IRL as far as a cutaway in general. So, you have, the shaft is, one of the reasons the shafts are chrome is because they're going through a pressure fitting, and then they go up into the cylinder. And so you're letting the steam come in the top. It's going to come in here, and it's going to push all the steam out the bottom, which is the back bottom. And so it comes in, pushes down. Then this valve would open, this one would close, and the one in the back would open. Steam would come in, push the piston up, and out the back top. And then this one here, it would switch again where this valve would open, the back bottom would open, this one would close, and now it pushes the piston back to repeat the cycle. So that's why it's doing that. Essentially, it's, and it's super simple, easy timing because it goes from 0 to 1. So from 0 to 0.5 is the downstroke, 0.5 to 1 is the upstroke. So it makes it super simple. So at top dead center and bottom dead center, you're not getting any motion. That's why you're getting surging. The surging is created because here you're getting no power. For that instant, you're getting no power. For that instant, you're getting no power. But you're getting power anywhere in the stroke between top and bottom. And so, but that's why you want to time them correctly is, like if you had two pistons and they were timed like this, right now you'd have no power. If you had it like this, 1/3 of this system would be power on a power stroke. So you'd have a power stroke, nothing. Then it would go into, in an instant here, you're going to have power stroke, power stroke, power stroke. And so that's going to cause surging. So you need to try to balance it where you're always on a power stroke. So like if you had a 4-cylinder, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. So like you could do a 4-cylinder where you could keep them all on a power stroke essentially. Yeah, I could probably do it with a 4. Let me see. I'm just trying to finish up chat here, and then I'm going to get going. Yeah, part of it is, like, I don't always build it just because it will work. I build it because this is how it should work. So part of the valving was to show you that you can valve, and it works. This is how it's supposed to work. So. Yep, that's the thing. Like Jigger's saying, is this is why I love Stormworks. I have 1,500 hours, and I'm still learning. And that's the point of the game. And some people have missed that, I think, is the point of this game is to learn these things. And if that's what you enjoy, it's an awesome experience. If you don't enjoy learning stuff, then, frankly, it's not the game for you, man. If you want to download some stuff from the workshop and drive around and you enjoy that, that's fine. But that is the point. of it is. The point of it is to learn these things. And if you certainly have seen some of the comments I wrote, you have some unhinged people who have completely missed that point of what the game is all about. And, you know, that's kind of the issue for a lot of these people, is they just completely miss the point of the game. You know, and they don't want to learn anything. You know, and it's like, okay, you know, you don't want to learn anything, but that's kind of the point of the game, is to learn these things. And I can understand it's frustrating when things change and you have to go rebuild. You know, Triton works fine. You know, if Triton stopped working, okay, I'll go play with some other builds. You know, I'm not going to get frustrated about any of my builds not working, frankly. I'm gonna, you know, I like building new stuff. We'll see you later there, Rasmus. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. But that's the point of the game, is really learning engineering, and you have a bunch of people who don't want to do those things, and it's like, okay, that's fine, but you're missing the main point of the game. I haven't played Radar at all. I never do. All right, Aaron, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later. It was less chaos to be... Yeah, it was good chaos earlier. Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice. Good. All right, so I think we're going to wrap it up here. Let me grab... I got to grab a new screen here. All right, so special thanks to the members. So we have Cider Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny Sargent, Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, who was in the chat today, FS Gamer, Citrus, also in the chat, and Rasmus, also in the chat. So thank you guys for being members. If you're interested in becoming a member, it's down in the description below. Thank you to Chicken Sore for being a patron. If you guys are not subscribed, please consider subscribing, join the Discord, and hang out with some cool people in the Discord as well. If you guys would like the video and videos that you watch, I appreciate that. That helps other people find them. And I'm going to keep working to try to demystify this broken game that doesn't work at all. So we'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching.